good now. Are you also tech support now?
Yeah, we're live.
I'm a transport.
Let's
I have to.
Hi, hi.
I'm shaking out.
Am I crooked?
I'm going to keep these sound.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you need me to do anything or I just existing?
You can just exist right now. We don't really know what to do.
How many individuals are you expecting?
This room
Participants?
holds up to 50, but I
Okay.
don't know how what
Yeah.
the actual turnout will be. I think folks will be
Yeah.
coming in and out, so.
Mostly Dell or people,
Mostly
community?
Dell.
Student
But it's open
community?
to
Open
all,
to the
so.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And then we have like a crafting section in another room in the sub,
Okay.
so some folks might be doing that as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Well,
Okay.
thanks for the invitation.
Thank
I'll-
you.
I will
This is really important.
say that it is, and I think this is the first time the International Center was ever involved, so that's great.
Yeah.
And I thank you for reaching out.
I'm from
and
the States, so I'm like, I will
Yes.
especially from,
Yes.
like from parts of South Asia and stuff.
Okay.
So like,
I need
want-
to know.
I was so, it was important to me that we had some kind of international.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, definitely.
Yeah, you can
So,
just- you can
and
look
keep
at
us
it
posted
and just
for the
fix
next
camera.
event. So if
Yes,
you're looking for that
100%.
immigration perspective and, you know,
Yeah, because I also just think like it's like people also
It's like,
internalize.
I
Can I
don't think
just,
we
like,
can go
mute
pause.
Can
Can
No, can we
No, we
probably,
can't
like,
go pause.
Okay, sure. Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, yeah, that
We
works.
good?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Well, good morning, everyone, or I should say good afternoon, everyone. Take my mask off for now. Thank you for coming to today's session on immigration pathways for LGBTQ plus international students. Before I begin, I just want to thank you for reaching out to the International Center to be part of this presentation today. It's greatly appreciated, and hopefully you will keep us in mind for other events in order for us to provide you with critical information with respect to immigration. Okay. My name is Teresa Anasio. I'm one of the international student advisors at the International Center. There are three of us, and we're also immigration consultants. We do still have limitations on what we can advise on, but predominantly it is all student-related matters. When it comes to PR, though, we do have a lot of information, and we can refer you to a lot of excellent people, both on campus and outside as well. So let us begin. Okay, so today's agenda, we're going to be looking at some of those really popular permanent resident pathways for international students. And in addition, we're also going to be looking at some working in Canada. That tends to be very confusing for students sometimes, and hopefully I can provide some clarity with respect to that. And of course, traveling. There's a lot of traveling going on, and it's important to know some key requirements when you do travel, and of course maintaining that legal status, because if you don't maintain your legal status, there could be significant implication on the immigration side, but also on the academic side as well, if you can't continue your studies here at Dalhousie. And lastly, we're going to be looking at the asylum refugee process here in Canada and what options there are available, and we're going to look at some of the processes involved with that. Okay? So, to begin, here are some of the pathways, more common pathways. Now, this is not an exhaustive list, but this is a list of pathways in which many of our international students from all countries, all backgrounds, are able to participate in should they meet the eligibility requirements. So we have Canadian experience class very much based on experience, so your work experience. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in detail afterwards. Nominee programs. Every province in Canada and territories has nominee programs. Sometimes they work in conjunction with the federal government, or they operate on their own. And that nomination pathway is something that the province has created. And it's very much sometimes based on labor market needs. So where there are gaps, the provinces make certain opportunities for PR pathways. And we're going to be looking at some of those as well. You probably may have heard of this AIP, Atlantic Immigration Program. Maybe not for some of you who are international folks here, but it is a very popular pathway for some students, for graduates, I should say, and we'll be looking at that in particular the international graduate stream. And of course, lastly, we're going to be looking at other options, not just those PR options, but there are also the spousal common law sponsorship options, which is not usually utilized, but it is absolutely possible, especially for those, of course, who are in relationships whose partners are Canadian citizens or permanent residents of Canada. Okay? So, federal and provincial pathways. There's three. You probably have heard of this Express Entry. And Express Entry really is just a database management system, and it's an online portal system, and it manages three programs, essentially. It manages federal skilled workers, which is not a common pathway for student graduates. Trades, of course, not in our area, but Canadian experience class is one of the most common pathways for graduates. And in order to enter into this database, and there's this huge pool of individuals who've met the requirements to come in through one of those three doors, essentially, and then they wait there, waiting to be invited to apply for PR. So there's over 200, I think it's about 200,000 people waiting in this virtual space. Either you could be in Canada or outside, but they've all met the requirements to get into this little group, and now they're waiting, okay? And of course, the provincial nominee programs, some of them work in conjunction with this Express Entry. And Atlantic program does not, completely separate, has nothing to do with an invitation to apply, okay? So Canadian Experience Class, apologies, just brief overview. Essentially, they're looking at individuals after you graduate, who get work experience, which is after you graduate work experience, that's high skilled for 1 year. And that 1 year equates to about 1,560 hours of work. And it could be a combination of jobs. It doesn't have to be one job, like one year contract. It could be a couple, as long as the jobs are high skilled. And what I mean by high skilled, they refer to them as tiers 0, 1, 2, or 3. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a little bit. But that's one of the key requirements. The other requirement is language requirement too. So it's the work experience, the level of your job, which is actually the skill level, which is very closely tied to your education level as well. Then they're looking at language requirements. So you need to get a CBL 7 for the higher end jobs or CBL 5. So if you're familiar with IELTS scores, not sure if people are, but what a CBL 7 is about an IELTS 6 in each of the categories are higher, right? For CBL 5, you're looking at an IELTS 5 in all of the 4 categories or higher, okay? So once you meet that after 1 year, there's a possibility of you having enough points to enter that pool in order to hopefully receive an invitation to apply for PR. So as I mentioned, it's based on points. You get points for your education, you get points for your work experience, you get points for age, language tests. So the better you do in your language test, the more points you get. It's all about points in this system. So you're competing against each other. You also get points for, I mentioned age, if you have any relatives, brother, sister, mom, dad, who are here. Maybe as permanent residents, you get extra points for that as well, okay? The other thing that it's based itself on is that they put you in these unfortunate categories. There's 6 of them. And those categories were recently updated. And those categories are based on economic needs of the countries of Canada. And the provincial government has also participated in letting the federal government know that, hey, we need more people in education, or we need more people in healthcare. So they've created these 6 categories. So when you meet the requirements of eligibility, they do look at your job, that work experience, and they put you in a category, if there is one. So these are some of the top categories. And of course, language proficiency. The Canadian government is always looking to increase the number of immigrants who speak French. So language proficiency, French language proficiency is pretty high up there, okay? Healthcare and social services occupations, that was a new piece that was just recently added. We're looking at social work, mental health support, anything along that area has been deemed as there are gaps in our economy here in terms of servicing and supporting individuals in those areas. So those types of jobs are more preferred. So individuals with that work experience. The STEM, it's been there for a while, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics has been there, and it continues to be there, especially on the IT side of things. So if you are one of those very well educated computer individuals that do a lot of good tech support, that's a great area of experience to have. Trades as well will continue to be there, not relevant for Dalhousie, but never know. There are times when maybe you finish your degree and maybe that degree is not something you want to do something more. And trades is an option still out there. So if you are interested in working in the trades, there is a category for that as well. Agricultural and agri-food occupations, for those, of course, who are in the Truro campus, there could be opportunities there as well. So anyone working in the agriculture sectors, there are some gaps in that area as well. So they are looking for individuals. And this last one, education occupations, it's pretty broad, everything from early childhood education to assistance all the way up to high school. But it does not include university teaching or teaching assistants, unfortunately. So it only goes to that sort of secondary sector. That's it, and it stops at that post-secondary sector. More emphasis on the early childhood education since we have a lot of gaps in that area. Okay. So this is just to give you an idea. As I mentioned, they're looking for tiers 1, 0, 1, 2, and 3. So it's not any job that qualifies. It has to be a job that's in either 0, 1, 2, or 3. And as you can see, this was the old version of how they would classify these types of jobs, would by these. It was level A, not A, B, or C. Now that's all changed. And in 2021, they created this new category. So as you can see, tier 1 jobs or tier 0 jobs are high skill jobs, director jobs, management jobs. Normally in those sort of positions, you need a degree. So that's kind of commensurate with your skill level. You're going to have an education degree to reflect that. Tier 2 also could be a university degree, but it also could be a college, but also a diploma program. But there are diploma programs here through Dalhousie as well. And tier 3, it could be a combination of those two. So these are the types of work that is required or that meets the eligibility criteria from the Canadian Experience class. So if you are looking for PR in the future, those are kind of, you need to really look for work that requires a university or college diploma. That's your main goal, okay? This is just an example of kind of points that you would be getting based on your age, your level of education, your language scores, just as an example. I just took a sample one there of work experience. You get points for lots of things. And the average score, you're looking at around the 400s. 440, 442, could be a little bit higher depending if you do a master's degree, you get more points. Got an undergrad and a master's, you can get a little extra points there too. If you get a PhD, actually get more points as well. So there's ways to increase it. Education for one, language proficiency as well. So say you score even higher than a CBL 7, you're going to get more points for that. Absolutely. And of course, if you have French, you have double the points going in there, which is fantastic. This is just an example. What I want to show you is the Canadian government goes into that express entry pool every 2 weeks, and then they pick individuals based on those categories and based on the scores. So as you can see recently, yesterday, they went in and they made 7,500 invitations for French language proficiency, which is a huge number. And if you look at the score, it's pretty low. 379, which is fantastic. If your scores are not that high, which is great, you can receive an invitation to apply for PR. As you can see on March 17th, provincial nominee programs were also chosen. Lowest score was 736, and they only invited 536. I find the numbers are getting smaller there. And it just goes on. And as you can see, there's no trend per se, but this is a great website to have, and it'll be on the resources last section for you to monitor, just to see how the points are going. Because those points keep changing, because you're competing with a whole host of individuals in that pool. Okay, so the Nova Scotia nominee programs, there's a lot of Nova Scotia nominee programs. And these are just some of the most common ones that I've found that international students tend to gravitate to. The first one is the most popular, Nova Scotia Experience. Just need to work with the Nova Scotia employer, TSU, as an example, for 1 year. And the benefit of doing it in a Nova Scotia nominee program in this case is because it gives you 600 points. So there's a lot, as I'm going, let me just go back here once. As you can see, provincial nominee program, you can see there in March 17th. If without that nominee program, if you had your score at 442, you're not going to get an invitation because they're pretty high, unless you can speak French really well and write and read. So in order to increase your score, that's what a lot of graduates have done. Is they work in Nova Scotia, they get that 1 year of work experience at a certain level, and they get hopefully those 600 points. And that boosts your chances of getting an invitation. Actually, pretty much guarantees an invitation to apply for PR because you're getting 600 points. If you're adding 600 to about 440, you're looking at well over 1,000. So you're going to be picked. Given that March 17th, the lowest grade at 0.736. Okay, so Nova Scotia experience, very common to get that. Once again, the type of work has to be a job that requires a university or a college diploma. That's one of the main criteria, and it could be a combination of jobs, not just one job. Okay, and it doesn't have to be permanent. It can be contract work. As long as you meet that 1 year of working, which equals about 1,560 hours of work, they only count the first 30 hours of work. So if you do a 40-hour week, you're still going to only count the first 30. That's why it drags it out to 1 year. Because if you times 30 by 52 weeks, it's 1,560 hours of work. So that's why. Because in the past, when they didn't have that, individuals would be working like 80-hour weeks. And it's just, no, they didn't want that. So they spaced it out and they only took the first 30 for that. Okay, Nova Scotia skilled worker, not as common. You require a permanent job offer. But the advantage with this one is that you don't have to go through this invitation process. If you do get a full-time job and your employer is willing to support you under that program, and it goes to the province says yes, automatically you apply for PR. No points, no waiting for an invitation in the pool, you're not competing with others, it's automatic. You just need to find an employer who hires you full-time, meet the work requirements, and of course there is that unable to meet. The employer has to demonstrate that they were unable to find a permanent resident or Canadian citizen to fill the job. It's a little bit hard, but as you know, in some sectors, it is hard to find those jobs. Right? Nova Scotia International Graduate Entrepreneur, some of you may be entrepreneurial in spirit. They have a special category for you outside of this whole express entry point system. Okay. And there have been students in the past from computer science actually that have opened up their own businesses and are doing well. So, and from other universities. So, very popular. International graduates in demand. So, not necessarily from Dow, but it could be, especially in healthcare. Looking at some occupations there. Literally, if you get a job there through occupations in demand, even though it may not be necessarily full-time, pretty much you get your ticket to apply for PR with that. Which makes sense. Healthcare, there's a huge deficits in that. AIP, Atlantic Immigration Program, also very much outside of this whole express entry, no points, nothing. It's all employer driven. So essentially, if the employer wants you, they will apply for an endorsement application on your behalf. It goes to the province. If the province says yes, you automatically apply for PR, which is nice. So it's very much in the control of the employer. I know that Dalhousie is a designated employer, and they've already sponsored many graduates here at Dal. I'm not sure if the DSU is part of that. It's something to look into, because you do have individuals that are working with the DSU and have expressed interest. I'm not sure whether they didn't get back to me, but they were going to investigate that. But that's an excellent pathway because it meets your labor market needs here. but at the same time, we're helping a temporary foreign worker as well. Okay. And one of the nice things about the graduate stream is breaks it off into skilled workers, but also the international graduate stream. You don't need work experience. You just need to meet the criteria for the job. If the employer wants to endorse you, they can. You don't have to wait any period of time. You do have some criteria though. You've got to have at least a degree program that's at least 2 years in length. So it does cut out some master's programs, like at 1 year, okay? But mostly undergrads. You've got to have also lived here in the province for at least 16 months before the application. Okay. Any, of course, distant learning, they don't count those. Any English language programs, they don't count those as well. Okay, it has to be from a degree program. So this is the most common pathway. You finish your degree program. There's a special post-graduation work permit. You probably may or may not know about it, but international students are eligible for it if they meet certain criteria. They get a job, high-skilled job, so a job that requires a university or a college diploma. You work in it for about a year. You meet that requirement. You create your profile. And you look for your other, depending on what your score is. If you need a provincial nomination, you get that. You apply for that. And you wait. You get that invitation and you apply for PR. That's pretty much a very, I've known many graduates over the years, the last 10 years, that have used this as a pathway. So definitely something for you to explore. Okay. Just want to make one point here is that even though you may meet all the requirements of the nomination programs here in Nova Scotia, for example, like the Nova Scotia experience, it doesn't guarantee a nomination at this point in time. Okay. But still worthwhile applying for. It doesn't cost anything. Okay, sometimes these things can be very cost prohibitive, but applying for your, express entry profile or the Nova Scotia experience, you do not have to pay anything. At the PR side, yes, you're going to have to pay some fees there. Okay, so now we get into some other options. Spousal common law sponsorship. So in the event that you do have a partner who happens to be a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident, and they meet those criteria of who they can sponsor, there could be a pathway for you, which is outside of any of this sort of work experience, language tests, all of that. It's all outside of that. The whole point of spousal or common law sponsorship or family sponsorship is about family reunification, so bringing individuals together. The biggest challenge with application through here directly is that you do need to meet the criteria of common law partner, and which is 1 year of cohabitation, but also there's that other element of genuine relationship. So there's a lot of documentation to support your relationship, but this is a viable option for many students and graduates, right, who don't necessarily may not be able to meet the work requirements for many different reasons. Okay. These are some resources that I strongly recommend if you are looking at PR in the future, just to monitor some of these websites so you can keep up to date on any changes. Immigration has been making so many changes lately, not necessarily good ones, but it's good to keep up to date on these so you know how you can plan accordingly in the future based on those changes. Okay. Just a brief note on working in Canada. Some graduates or some students are not too sure about what kind of work they can do here in Canada. They can work. As long as the student has a valid study permit, there's working conditions on it. They can work up to 24 hours per week off campus, provided that they're full-time registered. Now there's some uniqueness of that too. In the summer times, there's opportunities to work full-time. So many undergrads right now coming up for May 1st can work full-time for the entire summer if They don't need to be registered for the winter term, for the summer term. Okay? Post-graduation work permit. This is an amazing work permit that's available to graduates if they meet the eligibility requirements, and it really helps you transition from that student to worker as well. Co-op, if you're in a co-op program, there's a special work permit for that as well. Okay. One of the recent changes, and this is something that you need to be mindful of, there's the opportunity did exist, and I'll get into the little bit of a history, to obtain a spousal or a common law work permit, an open work permit. So if you had a partner who was, say you were an international student, and you have a partner who is not attending school and they came here with you, they were accompanying you as a dependent here to Canada, there was an opportunity for them to obtain an open work permit. Unfortunately, there's been some changes with respect to that. Last year, they restricted them even further, that you needed to be in a graduate program, master's or PhD, before undergrads. So if you were an undergrad student and you brought your partner over, great, they could apply for an open work permit, not a problem. It has changed. So in 2005, they made a further adjustment to that master's and PhD. The master's program needed to be at least 16 months in length, or else your partner would not be able to get an open work permit. So they could still come to Canada, but only as visitors. So those are one of the restrictions that has happened recently, actually as of January 2025. They made that restriction. The other restriction that they did was that after you graduate, so say you are a master's student, brought your partner along with you, they had an open work permit, which was great. Now you're finishing up your master's program. Then they created new criteria. In order for your partner to extend their open work permit, you needed to get a high-skilled job, or else, like in a tier 0 or 1, and if you didn't, your partner cannot extend your open work permit. So even more restrictive after you graduate and change your status from student to worker. And that's been very challenging on a lot of students and graduates and families. Huge. Not only, the fact that you could be working, your partner could be working in a really good job, and if you don't get a job in time, your partner needs to stop working, and that could be a significant impact financially. I know, this has not been well received by IRCC, and the whole reason behind this, that they're doing this, is they're trying to reduce the number of temporary foreign workers in Canada in all of the categories. So international students and their partners, spouses, that's what they targeted that area as well by reducing it. In order to reduce it, they put these back in. And from what I hear, in the future, they're going to be further reducing it and cutting out masters altogether. Only PhDs in professional programs are allowed. And what I mean by professional programs is dentistry, nursing, law, those types of programs are still allowed to bring in your partners or your spouses, and they can get open work permits. So, yes, make your feelings heard to your local MP about this, especially now that we are entering an election time. Now's the time to really voice your concerns, because some of these changes are not unnecessarily beneficial to the individuals, but also to the communities here, that these individuals have been here for some time and are really hampering their livelihoods here as well. Okay. So traveling and maintain status. Sometimes there's a lot of changes happening on the border front these days. And this could be due to many different factors that are impacting Canadian immigration right now, especially our neighbors to the south. They are causing a lot of havoc on Canadian border services. So recently, Canadian Border Services agents now, officers have even more powers that they now can cancel permits at any time on their own discretion only, their own discretion. So it's very important that when you travel, that you have all of your documents with you when you're re-entering Canada. Absolutely very important to do that. Would not recommend going to the United States right now. And you can, I mean, as an international student who's not from the United States, to be very cautious when you go there, because you should have all your documents with you at all times. I hate to say it, but it's very important for you to secure your legal identity when you're there, because literally they take you and then ask questions later. So it's always good to bring your documentation with you if you're traveling to the US for whatever reason, okay? In order to come back, of course, valid passport. International students either need a temporary resident visa, that's a sticker in your passport, or it's an ETA. It depends on your citizenship. You either have one or the other, but those should be valid. Before, in the old days, they didn't need to. They still technically don't need to, but I highly recommend that they should. You don't want to give the officer any cause for anything. Have everything there, okay? Always keep your study permit valid. Make sure you make a note of your expiry dates. Get it extended. You have all of the resources available at the International Center. We will review your application. We will guide you through the whole thing in order to make sure that you submit a strong application and get another study permit to continue your studies here and finish your program, okay? When you do that, you have what is called this maintained status, which means that you can, this is about the only positive thing coming out of IRCC, is that once you apply, before the expiry date, no matter how long it's taking, because there's a lot of backlog, you can continue to study, you can continue to work. Even after the study permit expires, you have this maintained status, which is great, okay? The only thing is, you should not leave the country after that study permit expires, because you still have that maintained status, so you gotta stay put, okay? Okay, now we're getting into the refugee asylum process. Now, before I get into it, I just wanted to touch base on terminology. You hear refugee, asylum seeker, looking for protection, that sort of thing. Just to let you know, refugee and asylum is pretty much the same thing. You're saying I'm looking for asylum in Canada, or I'm looking to be, apply for protection. It's pretty much the same thing, okay? And Canada does recognize persecution based on a whole host of reasons. But of course, sexual orientation, gender identity, expression are grounds for refugee protection or asylum protection to become an asylum seeker, okay? So who can claim refugee protection or asylum protection? Essentially anyone who has this fear of persecution due to their identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, but they also need to demonstrate it. And that's where the challenge is in these applications, is that you really have to have a credible narrative and supporting evidence, and it's a lot of evidence, and this is something, an application that I would not recommend you do by yourself, and to look out for either immigration support, either with an immigration lawyer or an immigration consultant who has a designation to do refugee work, because that's one of the things that was recently added in the last couple of years, that you need to have a special certification to do refugee work. I am an immigration consultant, but I don't have that refugee aspect on for me. Even though I did train for it, I'm no longer allowed to assist in applications. The other aspect, of course, is that you have to have that risk of torture, cruel treatment, or serious harm needs to be demonstrated as well, okay? And these are the legal basis. This has become law in the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, and you will find those sections 96 and 97 that clearly indicate this, okay? Now the process, it's almost like a two-part process. You file a claim, and it's called a basis of claim form. It's a huge form. lots of documentation. And it either can be done in Canada, so if you're already here, you can file at any time. There's no time limit on that one. But there's also individuals who file at the border. And that's a little bit different. There's some time restraints there. So you probably hear individuals are coming in and then they claim refugee right there and they apply at that point in time and they have about 15 days to fill out this basic, which is really not enough time, basic claim application. The Inside Canada, believe it or not, is all done online. It's all done online. You do eventually go to an IRCC office at some point. They will invite you to come in. This is not a refugee hearing. It's just preliminary meeting in order to establish whether you meet the basic eligibility requirements. So that's the first step. You complete a very long form, lots of information, lots of documentation that would probably be used later on at your refugee hearing at the board. But then it's assessed. How long it takes, we'll talk about that. There's no fee for that at all, okay? Documents, there's going to be lots of documentation. Your personal identity documents, proofs of persecution, personal statements, affidavits. It could be a whole host, and it all depends very much on the individual in your case. It could be wide range, right? There are some limitations at the border. Right now, I'm a little nervous about border entry, to be honest. So even if you are currently an international student with a student status here in Canada and going to the border and doing that, I'd be a little worried about that. So I'd rather, if that's something that you're looking into, if you know someone who is looking into that, I would not go to the border at this point in time. I would rather do an in-Canada claim. And that would be your safest option to do that, because we're really not sure what's going to happen there at the border nowadays, unfortunately. Okay. There's also, you probably heard of the safe third country agreement between us and the United States. So there are times when there are foreign nationals coming in claiming asylum, where if they came from the United States as a third country, if they're coming to Canada, but they went through the United States in order to get here, they can't claim because they were already in a safe country and they did not claim refugee status there. There's a lot of legislation around that, but that's the agreement that we have currently with the United States. It may change, but that's where there are some issues there too. So depending on where you're coming from and how you're coming in through the United States may not necessarily be a good idea. And I don't think there's anyone here right now that may be in that situation since you're already here in Canada. And this does not mean U.S. citizens. I'm not talking about U.S. citizens at all with respect to this safe third country. Okay, so the basic claim, that you fill out. You also do your biometrics, which is your fingerprint and facial scanning. That's done. You go to that interview. You wait for that to come through. It can take some time. The officer brings in, it could be you and your family members as well, or your partner, whoever it may be, and you wait. You go through an interview process. You either become eligible or not eligible. Once you become eligible, then you can have that refugee claimant sort of title. And at that stage, if you are a recognized refugee claimant, a lot of support services open up for you at that point in time. Work permits, study permits at no cost, even a health plan as well at the federal level. It's not the best, but it's still there. So there's a lot of services and supports when you get to that stage, which is good, okay? The next stage is that your file then is sent to the Immigration and Refugee Board. And that's where you wait and wait and wait. But in the meantime, you have access to services, you have access to work permits and study permits while you're waiting for your claim or your file to be heard, okay? And of course, the Immigration and Refugee Board, a decision is made. It's either you're approved or you're not approved. And they give you some options if you're not approved. Normally, if you're not approved, they do hit you with a removal order, and then you're gonna need some legal support there at that point in time, especially if you don't wanna go back for obvious reasons. Then there's some other options that one can do, definitely, but you would need an immigration lawyer or a consultant to manage that aspect if it's not approved. But there is also an appeal process, absolutely. It's just that it will take time. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges is the time. There is a significant backlog, and don't see it improving at any point in time. Unfortunately, it's not an automated system. It's, it requires people to view, to interview individuals, assess all the documentation, not assessed by a computer, which is good. But the downfall of that, it takes time, and there's not enough individuals to manage the caseload at this point in time. Okay, so basis of a claim, it really varies. It varies, it really depends on your circumstances, pretty much. Some can be very straightforward, some can be very complex. I was involved with one for an individual from Moldova, extremely complicated, and it required a lot of documentation. And the officer, it took time for the officer to really sit down and really understand the context of that individual's life and their experiences. So even though it is taking time, I appreciate that they do take time to really fully understand it before making that decision. So that is a good thing to find. Once you do get your claim, if it's eligible, and then you're waiting for the Immigration Refugee Board to look at your claim afterwards, you're looking at about 28 months. That's what I got from the website today as of March 21st, 2018, March 18th, and that fluctuates. So you're looking at about 2 years up and down. Okay, so it is a long wait, and that can be very stressful wait. Not an easy thing to go through. Even the experience itself in terms of documentation, writing your story, having those sort of interviews with people it's not a simple thing to go through. And there's a lot of supports out there, and I'll talk about that in a bit. Okay, there's a lot of organizations, not just within Nova Scotia, but outside as well. Whether it's from the immigration part, there's supports there, but I think mental health supports as well. I think it's not an easy thing to go through, and it brings up a lot of things. Could be a lot of trauma. There could be a lot of, depending on the individual's experience, family members, there could be loss, there could be a whole host of things, and that's very hard on the individual. I can't even imagine going through that, but it's important to get support and to be there for those individuals who are going through that process. It is an ongoing process and very hard. Okay, a little bit about us. So the International Center, we're always here to support you on any immigration matter. We also have a lot of activities as well too, that we try to support students with. We're just located over there, right across from the TSU, main floor underneath the Student Health and Wellness Center. You can check our wonderful website out. If you have any questions or concerns, please do email us. And of course, you can always book an appointment, either virtual or in person. And we do have representation on the Sexton campus as well. So on those cold days, you don't have to come down here. You can, for engineering students and architectural students, we can meet you down there as well. Okay, and this is our hours of operation. And we are located at the Melda Murray Center. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Melda Murray Center, but it is in the AB building, and that's where we are every Wednesday from 1 until 4. I forgot the little P in there. Okay, and thank you very much for your time.
Can I ask a question?
question?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
I'm really curious, especially because the U.S. is considered a safe country. But it's pretty likely that we're going to have a large influx of, especially queer people coming into Canada.
Absolutely.
What do you think that at the moment that someone coming from the U.S. applying for refugee status would actually like qualify, or can be considered to qualify?
They can be absolutely considered to qualify, but it depends on the individual's case. Absolutely. So you need all of that documentation. But I think given what's happening in the United States, I think there's enough evidence to get in order to make that. But then, I mean, you can get evidence in general of how they're reacting to queer individuals right now in the United States and some of the legislations and behaviors that's going on. But then it's at the individual level as well, right? So you really need that documentation. But yes, it's absolutely possible. Yes.
Do you think that they'll change the safe?
They might. It all depends on how, I mean, as you know, we're going into an election soon. We have a new immigration minister. Things could change. Our relationship with the United States as well is kind of not so good. There could be changes there. So that could maybe a positive thing for some individuals, because I do know that there are individuals who are coming from the United States, or are coming from other countries and are literally fleeing and coming here and probably claiming refugee status or looking for asylum, looking for protection. So I'm not sure how they're dealing with it because there's a large volume. Are they sending them back? Now I've heard mixed stories about that, but it is definitely something that societies, organizations can advocate for change. And like I said, reach out. You make your voices heard, whether it's your MP, especially your MP, and get out there. All of the parties. Mostly certain ones will probably hear better than others or listen more attentively than others. But yeah, immigration should be on the platform as well, not just tariffs. I think there's other things that need to be addressed, and immigration is one of them. Okay, any other questions or concerns that you have? Okay, great. Well, thank you. Okay.
My name is Krista Smith, and I have been working at Dalhousie for the past year for Human Rights and Equity Services on their harassment, discrimination, sexualized violence policy, and racialized violence policy. And my background's as a lawyer. I practiced labor and employment law for about 10 years, and then started doing workplace investigations of harassment, bullying, discrimination, all kinds of the human rights types issues. And then I started my own business where I do that almost all the time, and I work with nonprofits on issues that come up for them in their workplaces, particularly around human rights issues, HR issues, and governance issues. So like when boards and staff don't necessarily get along or something like that. So Dal Out has invited me today to come and speak about legal protections for 2S LGBTQIA plus communities. And because this is a kind of a strange time in our lives. So I'm going to give you some basics. I figure if you guys have questions, we can answer as we go. And I tried, the way I approached this was to try to cover all the different spheres that the law touches our lives. So we, every aspect of our lives gets touched by the law. So I'm hoping we'll spend a bit of time on each of these, starting with the charter, and then touching on criminal law, human rights law. We're going to do a bit of family at the end, family law. Also, your rights and protections at school, both at Dal and other, pre-university types of school, and at work. And I'll touch on personal harm too. So there's a couple of things I have to kind of explain in order for things to make sense as I'm talking. A couple of just basic, the way the legal system works type things. So everything about the law is not very neat or orderly. It's a bit of a patchwork quilt in lots of different ways. So one way that it's a patchwork quilt is sources of law. So we derive our law from the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, like first at the sort of the top of the hierarchy. So those identify our constitutional rights, which I'm sure you've heard about along the way. We're just going to focus on a couple of them today. But because those are constitutional protections, they are hard to override. They're really sort of held above everything else. And so right beneath that are human rights legislation, which in some cases mirrors the charter, but it applies in each of the provinces. So, and it's treated as quasi-constitutional, which just means that they try to give it the deference that that you would give to the charter, but it's not quite as official. Another one is the criminal code, and that applies across Canada to all people. And then hello. Just
Sorry about that.
That was the like seventh inning or like the second inning stretch, I guess. Yeah, so criminal code is governed by the federal government and it applies across Canada. So like the criminal law is the same for everyone. And then we also have provincial and federal legislation, which they have their own kind of spheres of influence. And then the common law, so the next slide might help here. So each of these sources of law means that they get applied in different ways. So the charter applies to all government actions. That could be the federal government or the provincial government. And it kind of applies in situations where the government has a strong role. So that would be like healthcare in Canada, justice, police, in education, but not universities, and for all federal employees. And then human rights legislation, there is a Human Rights Act pretty much in every province and territory and the federal jurisdiction. And part of that is because the federal government's in charge of some things and the provincial government's in charge of other things. So we always have to think about who's in charge, and then that tells us which kind of legislation we should use. So provincial legislation applies to all businesses, service providers in the employment context. So then, like I said before, the criminal code applies across Canada. It's the same for all people, which makes it easier because you shouldn't get convicted of a crime in Saskatchewan and not here. And then provincial legislation, really, provinces have a fair bit of power to enact legislation, whatever they want it to be, on the topics that they're allowed to legislate on. So just as an example, Nova Scotia passed in 2022 a Dismantling Racism and Hate Act, and that is actually just coming, we're just seeing some of the requirements come into force now. So municipalities, as of this month, have to have like an anti-racism plan in place in their workplace. So the last sort of source of law is the courts themselves. So judges can, they can create the law in small ways by interpreting the law that comes from Parliament or legislatures. So you'll see that happen. That happens they look at the past, they look at precedent, what judges have done in the past and how they've interpreted a word or phrase or a situation. And in a way, it has a way of shaping the law into the future incrementally. So judges, this is relevant for a case I'm gonna talk about, but judges are pretty hesitant to like do anything to in a way that would be interpreted as political action. They just want to like apply the law. And so I would say, like, I went to law school because I wanted to affect change, and I felt like it was a good way to maybe do activism. And I think, sadly mistaken. It took a long time to realize that judges are not interested in doing anything that's considered out there. Like, that's all supposed to happen through political channels. But I will say, so we're about to talk about the charter and some of the case law under that, actually in a second. And that is actually quite inspiring from the activist perspective. I'll get to that in a second. So just the last piece to like, just keep in mind as we're talking about all these cases in a minute is where you go in the system depends on what you want, what you hope to get out of it. So, if someone has assaulted you, you can go to the civil courts and say that you were assaulted, and you can get money for that. So that's civil remedy. You get money for harm. That could be assault, libel, slander, wrongful dismissal in the employment context. I mean, there's like a bunch. I just put a couple there to give you an idea of what I mean. And then it's quite like the same sort of bad things can happen to you, and they can be considered crimes. But the victim in a crime is actually not the central figure in that situation. It's the crown. I'm sure you know some of this, but like it's the crown against the perpetrator, the individual who's been allegedly committed the crime. So in that case, victims, like, they don't really have a role. They don't get anything out of it. They might testify, they might not. Victims often say that the criminal system feels horrible, and like there's not a lot of care for victims in that system. So, but the real purpose is more of a broad societal purpose of punishing the wrongdoer, sending the message that whatever that person did is not okay, and to try to help keep people safe. So we can debate those things for a long time, but that's what they say the purpose is. So criminal, civil, and so I'm sure you've heard on, you know, all the TV shows that in criminal courts, you have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is the standard for any offense in the criminal code. In civil court, you only have to do balance of probabilities, so like more likely than not. And that's the standard that's used for pretty much everything except for criminal. So in immigration cases, in employment law cases, in human rights law, we're always thinking about if it's more likely than not. So that's a much easier standard to meet. So it could be that, say, somebody was charged with assault and they were acquitted, they got off in the criminal court, but you could still get a civil remedy for assault because the standard of proof is lower. I was thinking of O.J. Simpson. I don't know if you guys, that was a long time ago. But anyway, and so then the last thing to wrap your head around, and like I didn't know really about this until I got to law school, is that the third area where a lot of stuff happens is what they call administrative law. And that's like all the boards and tribunals. So that's Human Rights Commission and the Labor Board. And there's actually like hundreds of federal and provincial decision-making bodies. And another aspect of administrative law is like all the government departments, every decision they make is considered an administrative decision that if you really take issue with it, you can take it to court and a judge will look at it. So we're gonna look at a couple cases where that happened too. So like when a school, like a school board or any kind of school has a policy or they make a decision, it can end up in front of the courts. Same with employers. And of course, schools, employers, all the private entities and businesses in the world, they all have to follow the law. So that would be human rights legislation, the charter, all the things. I mean, charter gets applied through human rights, but they have to follow the law, but they can also kind of impose, they can create their own laws through policy. And it makes things, they can be held to that in a court. Like if they made a policy and then they failed to follow it, you can pursue that. So that's also an important thing to keep in mind. So like Dalhousie has, for example, a gender affirmation policy. Other employers or organizations will have gender equity and inclusion policies. If those are not being followed, then you can actually get them enforced through the courts. So I'm going to quickly talk about charter protections. So you guys probably are aware of these. So the main ones that kind of matter is Section 15. So that's equal protection, equal benefit of the law without discrimination. And then they list some of the more common ones, but under Section 15, you can add grounds as you go. You just kind of make the legal argument, and that's an example of judge-made law, is the judge will say, oh, okay, yes, I see how that is they call it an analogous ground. It's analogous to these ones that are already enumerated. That's the fancy word for listed. So, but the beauty of Section 15 is that is sort of written here, you know, everyone can be secure in the knowledge that they are recognized at law as human beings, equally deserving of concern, respect, and consideration. So I think for me, the charter protections are where it's at in terms of protecting and doing activism, like where there's the worst, where the worst kinds of violations happen, the charter is there to help people. So one of the landmark cases under Section 15 that folks may have heard of is called Vreen back in 1998. Saskatchewan or Edmonton, no, that's Alberta. Alberta's human rights legislation didn't have sexual orientation as one of its grounds. And so Mr. Vreen brought a charter application to force the province to add it as a ground under their human rights legislation back in 1998. So the law is always incremental. It doesn't seem like it's usually not like a huge deal at the moment, but all these tiny steps hopefully like build into making our society more safe and equitable for folks. Another section that's important, it comes up a lot in criminal, but it also comes up in some of the cases I'm going to touch on, is this right to life, liberty, and security of the person. So I'll say more about that later. And then the other thing I want to make sure is clear is so I'm American by birth, and so coming to Canada was a real adjustment because Canadians aren't absolute the way Americans can be. So like the First Amendment is not absolute. I mean, it is absolute in the US, not absolute here, and we're going to talk about that. But the other thing is that every single one of the fundamental rights and freedoms is subject to what they call a Section 1 analysis, where they look at whether, it could be, the thing is like, they could find a breach of somebody's right, liberty, security of the person. So for example, sending someone to jail is an infringement on their Section 7 rights. But in some cases, you want to send someone to jail because they murdered someone. So that would be what they have in Section 1 here, a reasonable limit prescribed by law that can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. So there's always this analysis that happens. After you find a right infringement, then the court goes on to do this like balancing. And I think that really helps Canada stay a bit more reasonable than what we're seeing south of the border right now. So I just want to give you a couple of recent examples. Like I feel like I just skimmed the top of the case law that's out there that's relevant to today's talk. So many cases just from 2024, like it's amazing. So here, for example, is one from Ontario where the Christian Heritage Party of Canada wanted to put bus ads in the buses that said, "Woman, an adult female, bringing respect for life and truth to Canadian politics," the Christian Heritage Party of Canada, which links, then you can link onto their platform, which has what might be considered abhorrent speech or offensive speech. And so the advertising company kind of was just like putting off the political party, saying, "Oh, we're not going to run your ad," or "Oh, we'll talk to you next week." And finally, the political party got annoyed and went to the municipality. And then the municipality, who owns the buses, said that they have an equity and inclusion policy and a protocol for gender identity and gender expression that these ads contravened. So they said that it wouldn't be a safe place for, say, for trans or non-binary folks to be on the bus. They wouldn't feel comfortable on the bus. So that was their reason for not putting up the ads. And so the political party sued them and said that they have a charter right, actually, to free expression, to political expression. And interestingly, this was where some of that administrative law comes in. The court only gets involved if the administrative action is really bad. So if it's unreasonable, there's like thousands of pages on what unreasonable means. So if the decision itself is unreasonable, or if procedural fairness was denied in that situation, and then you always look at kind of the situation to figure out what procedural fairness the person is owed in that situation. So in this case, the political party's procedural fairness interests were pretty low because it's inconvenient for them, but it's not the end of the world. So anyway, the court said, "I'm not intervening." So even though there were charter issues, political speech at issue, the court said, we're not getting involved. So basically, the municipality's decision to not run the bus ads was upheld. So laws, like, I can never just say it in a sentence, like, there's always all this explanation required. Another interesting one that this decision was like 150 pages, so I didn't read it all, but I was trying to get the gist. This is interesting because it's here in Nova Scotia, a bit older, but I remember when I was in law school, Trinity Western University was just opening a law school, and they are a private religious school And they make all their students sign a covenant that says that they, I don't know, I didn't look up the covenant, but it's like that they don't, marriage is between man and a woman and all the things, right? And so there was quite an uproar about this. There has been for like 10 years. And then this is the Nova Scotia Barristers Society attempt to kind of say that it does not agree with Trinity Western's approach. So the NSBS said they didn't want to recognize anyone who had a law degree from that university because I don't know, the folks were disseminating hate or didn't take equality seriously, things like that. And so the university sued the Nova Scotia Barristers Society, and the court found that the Barristers Society had overreached. It couldn't go that far. It couldn't tell a private religious institution how it could run itself. It's their choice. So I think I provided this example because you do see the courts trying to get the right balance. It's not ever one way or the other, but it's just like, it's all specific to the facts. Another interesting case from 2024 is called You Are Pride, Center for Sexuality. So this one, yeah. So Saskatchewan had a school policy that said, if you're 16 or under and you want to use your preferred name and pronouns, we have to have parental permission. We won't do that. The teachers won't acknowledge you unless we have parental permission. And so then You Are Pride sued the government, the education department over this policy. And the government said, well, You Are Pride, you're like a nonprofit, you don't have status to even bring this up. It's only the students who are directly affected by this policy who could bring such an application forward. And so that was the first issue. So that's why cases go on for 10 years, is because they fight about all these little things along the way. So this was the first question, is public interest standing. So can an advocacy group assert the rights on behalf of minors, in this case students? And so they were successful at that. They got public interest standing. So then the government did all the rotten things that governments can do, would be how I would summarize it. So first of all, they took the policy and put it into law. So I actually included it all because it's ridiculous. So they amended the Saskatchewan Education Act under the header Consent for Change to Gender Identity. So the language of the law actually said, if a pupil who's under 16 requests that their new gender-related preferred name or gender identity be used at school, the pupil's teachers and other employees shall not use the preferred name unless consent is obtained by the parent or guardian. And so they go on to recognize that this could be dangerous for the students. So if it is likely to result in physical, mental, or emotional harm to the pupil, the principal shall direct that student to the appropriate professionals. So to me, that's ridiculous and laughable. Okay, thanks. And develop a plan to address the pupil's request. That's nice, I guess. So then it goes on. So it gets more outrageous as it goes. So there's another piece of the charter, which I'm going to explain in a second, called Section 33, that says that you can, where there is a charter infringement of fundamental rights and freedoms, the government can actually make the law anyway and say, notwithstanding that. So that's ridiculous. And then it goes on to contract out of the Human Rights Code, which is also amazing because it's quasi-constitutional. This section operates notwithstanding the Saskatchewan Human Rights Code. And then it goes on to say, and you can't sue us if anything bad happens. So imagine if a parent or someone related to that child does something violent or abusive or whatever, it's not their fault. That's basically, so the Crown is declaring its own immunity. The school board is immune. It are the employees of the Crown. It's just, anyway. So I wanted to dwell on this for a second because the notwithstanding clause is rarely invoked. But I think that this case, which is happening right now, is showing like those tensions between advocacy groups and government and the courts, right? So Section 33, like a lot of people never wanted it in the first place. Like Pierre Trudeau was against it, but it was like a concession to get the provinces to agree to confederation back in the day, and agree to the freedoms under the charter. Just to say like, okay, well, if you're really, really against it, then you can override it with Section 33. But again, it's rarely been used, but I feel like we're entering times where now we're seeing it used, same as we're seeing laws south of the border that haven't been used much being used. Yeah, so what happened, so this case is still ongoing. So all that, the case that I looked at, this 2024 case, is only about whether UR Pride can amend its grounds of their lawsuit because of this change in the legislation itself. So they changed what they were arguing, and the court allowed them to do this. And now they're instead arguing that the amendment, the law itself, violates 15 and 7 of the charter. And they also added Section 12 of the charter, which is that no person shall be subjected to cruel and unusual punishment or treatment. That's usually used in jail settings or in the criminal context, but here it's possible that it could work here. So the other thing that's interesting is the government of Saskatchewan argued in this decision that for the court to allow UR Pride to continue with this would be a form of judicial activism. So that invokes this whole debate that's happening about, like, are the courts independent? Are they? And what is their role and purpose? And so the court actually in this decision took it on directly and said, like, no, actually, this is why we're here. This is what we exist to do, is settle disputes between people and entities. And we're not taking a political stand. We're just like applying the law. And we look to the past. And always, unless you're at the Supreme Court of Canada level, our decisions are always reviewed. They can be appealed by courts above us. So it's not like we're just acting unilaterally and can just make up laws. So, but I guess what I want to try to emphasize is that issues around 2S LGBTQIA+ rights, like, engage the fundamental core pieces of our democracy. And so we're seeing this playing out in real time. And yeah, it's important. So I would say similarly with criminal protections, there are two provisions in the criminal code I want to touch on today. One is hate speech. So hate speech is defined and also prohibited under the Human Rights Act. Written or verbal expression that willfully promotes or incites public hatred toward an individual or group of individuals on the basis of a protected characteristic. So in this case, it'd be sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression. The courts have recognized that hate speech, like the kind of harmful effects that hate speech can have, and that is why protections for free speech are not absolute in Canada. So again, trying to get to this point that these types of things go to the very root of our democracy. So I just included this quote because I liked it. Democracy's not the happiest place for a zealot, a person who thinks he knows all truth and is so certain of his knowledge that he would suppress all opposition as wrong and therefore evil. A democracy is a happier place for a tolerant person who may have equally strong beliefs about what is right and what is true, but who is willing to treat with respect those of a different mind and use only rational persuasion to correct their thinking. So I guess the fact that our courts say things like this gives me hope that when bad things happen, when we see things like what we're seeing right now unfold, there are well-established principles that Canadian courts will hopefully rely on. So unlike the US, the Canadian courts engage in some valuing of the free speech. They consider, the highest level of free speech is that which speaks to democracy, enables the search for truth, and nourishes self-fulfillment. So political speech gets higher protections than, say, pornography or commercial speech, so you don't see that in the US. So a recent example, 2024, a fellow who identifies as a gay man took issue with the inclusion of gender identity as part of the LGBT movement. So he posted a video, he did a bunch of things. He appears to be mentally ill. But anyway, he posted a video on Facebook burning the 2S LGBTQIA flag that has the triangle. I don't know if you have a different name for it, but anyway, he doesn't like that flag. He wants just this regular rainbow flag. So he burned it and made a number of hateful comments. He was also in kind of a fight with the mayor over their approach to honoring. So the court found that this was hate speech, and he was saying horrible things. So it was using extreme language to describe a targeted group is likely to expose them to detestation and vilification. So it justifies a feeling of superiority in those who use hate speech and bolsters stereotypes. So I guess it's just important, I think, to keep in mind that if you're encountering hate speech in your daily life, you have a few options. There's criminal, but there's also human rights, and depending on where it happens, there may be other avenues for you as well. Another actually new provision under the criminal code that no cases are under it so far, but it actually criminalizes what they call conversion therapy. So you can't force anyone to undergo conversion therapy, particularly for parents. This is relevant. You can't take a child out of Canada to force them to undergo conversion therapy. You can't promote or advertise it, and you can't get money for doing it. So, like I said, I didn't find any cases, but it's at least helpful that it's clear in the criminal code. And actually, there's quite a few immigration law cases on the basis of sexual orientation where refugee claimants say that if they get deported to their home country, they'll be subjected to conversion therapy. Is everyone doing okay? I know it's law, it's not always that much fun. Human rights. So again, it all depends on what you want to get out of life. So not criminal, not court. You won't get a ton of money, you might get a little money. What's mostly useful for human rights is reputation, coverage in the media. So you kind of embarrass an organization by bringing a human rights claim. And organizations do find it very distressing to have a complaint brought against them. So the Provincial Human Rights Act applies in a lot of situations we're in every day. So employment, volunteer, if you're renting an apartment or buying or selling property, goods or services, and then like professional organizations and it would be local broadcasts and advertisements. So in some cases, the Federal Human Rights Act will apply, and that again goes to constitutional division of powers. So like if it's things that cross provincial lines, then you have to use the Federal Human Rights Act. So banks, telecommunication services, all kinds of transportation, busing, trucking, flights. So just to kind of keep that straight in your mind when you're figuring out where you can get help. Of course, the Human Rights Act gives us the definitions we need to pursue complaints. So gives us a definition of discrimination where defined as withholding opportunities or imposing burdens, and also includes harassment related to the protected grounds of discrimination. So every province has slightly different grounds under their act, but Nova Scotia has 17 grounds, and they include sexual orientation, which was added back in 1991, and gender and identity expression was added in 2012. So, and I just included sexual harassment because sometimes that gets balled up with other types of discrimination. So the Human Rights Act also protects against that. And important to keep in mind for human rights complaints is it doesn't really matter what the person's intention was when they did the act. It's more about how the conduct would be perceived by a reasonable person with those characteristics. So if a person says something ignorant or offensive, it's not, if they say, oh, I didn't mean to, or that wasn't what I meant, that doesn't actually matter. It's how it lands. So would a reasonable person with those characteristics find that offensive? And again, these are always evaluated on the balanced probability standard, so more likely than not. You have 12 months to make a complaint. In rare circumstances, you can get it extended to 24 months. And oftentimes discrimination or harassment is like a pattern of behavior. It happens all the time. So they don't start the clock until the last time that the alleged discrimination occurred. So that gives you a little more time. And so I have links to resources in the notes and as well at the end of this slide presentation if you want more information about how to bring a human rights complaint. So I'm going to quickly move on to employment and then we'll wrap it up. Just that, pretty much everybody has to work, and so it's really important to be clear on what your rights are in the employment context. Most human rights cases are in the employment law context. So it's well established at this point that employers have a duty to provide a safe and harassment-free workplace, and they have to take steps to address discrimination, harassment, or bullying. Also worth noting is the Occupational Health and Safety Act was amended in September of 2024 and will come into effect this September 2025, and it includes psychological safety to the definition of safety. So now it's both physical and psychological safety that employers have to safeguard. So employers are required to be prompt and proportionate and fair once they've been made aware of concerns. And they also have to balance that with employees' privacy. So there's really a lot for employers to navigate, but also a lot that you can insist on in your workplace. Just to distinguish a little bit between their discrimination on the protected grounds, which includes, for our purposes, sexual orientation and gender and identity expression. That kind of harassment is not okay, but many employers also have a respectful workplace policy that also states that personal types of harassment are not allowed. So that often looks like managers harassing or bullying maybe an employee, or it could be conflicts between staff. But anyway, it's also, I mention it just because it can play into what all's going on. You might be being harassed and you're not sure whether or not it connects to your identity, but you can still get help because personal harassment is not allowed, especially now with psychological safety coming into play. I've provided a definition of bullying. Could be, I'll make the slides available to you afterwards. And then just to particularize this a bit, it's important, I just wanted to note a couple of cases, recent cases that acknowledge that, a couple things. One is this, that trans employees, it's interesting because in employment law, oftentimes disability is a common protected characteristic, and the employer has to accommodate up to the point of undue hardship. And here, the court tells us that when you have a person, like when the matter is one of identity, we're not talking about accommodations. We are just talking about recognizing people as they are. And so you don't even get into the accommodation analysis. You just have to recognize and acknowledge them for who they are. A couple cases, one was in a restaurant. A complainant, an employee at this restaurant was non-binary, gender fluid, transgender, used they, them pronouns, and the bar manager was just bent on not acknowledging that and using she, her pronouns and calling her nicknames. So the complainant tried to handle it themselves, but it didn't work. Went to the employer wasn't able to make it stop. One day things got kind of out of hand between the employee and the bar manager, and I think the complainant probably lost their temper, and then the employer fired them. So they were only employed at the restaurant for 4 weeks. So what we learned from this case, the BC Human Rights Tribunal found that persistent misgendering can rise to the level of harassment or discrimination. And also in this case, the employer was found liable for failing to provide a harassment-free workplace. So here's just a couple quotes about why and how it's important that people's preferred names and pronouns be honored. I'll leave that with you. And so similar protections exist in schools. This was a recent one, 2024 in Ontario, where there was a student who was making life awful for trans students. And the principal suspended that person, and then when he came back, he wouldn't stop, so the principal suspended them again, and then the behavior was escalating to the point where he posted a video on social media of him shooting into the woods and saying threatening things that were kind of scaring people. So the principal expelled him. And so this case is about seeking judicial review of that administrative decision. And the court said, no, that was fine. The principal could do that for safety and because it was against the school's policies to be doing what that student was doing. Here at Dow, we have a gender affirmation policy that I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of. You guys probably already know. So we get some really helpful definitions that we don't find elsewhere. We don't even find in human rights legislation at the moment. And we can rely on this to know that the university is committed to working to help faculty, staff, and students in expressing and affirming their gender identity. The policy is helpful. It's a fairly short policy, but it does provide some specific examples. It identifies what kinds of supports the university will provide. And it has fairly limited procedure. So I just wanted to flag that if you ever found yourself in a situation where you needed to make a complaint, depending on who is doing the discriminating, you would either use the discrimination policy or the code of student conduct. So Dow's discrimination policy applies to faculty, staff, associates, and visitors, whereas discriminatory behavior by a student gets dealt with under the code of student conduct. So that's just an important one. You gotta know which policy to use. The discrimination policy, this is what I'm working on right now, is it follows the Human Rights Act and adopts all the same concepts, and it follows procedures similar to the sexualized violence policy here at Dow, which I could talk about forever, but I will spare you. I just quickly wanted to kind of let people know what the state of affairs is with respect to starting a family in Nova Scotia. So federally, so I guess another big difference between the US and Canada is that Canadians are a little less capitalistic about their bodies, so they don't want you to buy and sell body parts or rent your body out for having babies. So in Canada, you can't get paid to be a surrogate. You can't get paid for donating sperm or eggs. And then, as of 1920, they kind of locked it down even further. They said as a quality control measure that you can no longer import sperm or ova. So like many of my friends back in the early 2000s were importing sperm, but we can't do that anymore. So they also, these like violations of these kinds of laws are treated as criminal offenses. So that means that the federal government has given more powers to inspectors to enter people's homes with a warrant and look at their packages and get on their computers and try to gather the evidence to convict them of these things. So like if you've received a package from the US that they believe probably contains sperm or ova, they can seize it and look at it, open it up. And as well, you can get in pretty serious trouble depending on the nature of what you've done, up to $500,000 or 10 years. So they mean it. Meanwhile, in Nova Scotia locally, we're seeing some progress and some suggestion we could be doing better. In 2024, so last February, the regulations were amended so that female couples could both be on the birth certificate, as well as where in certain situations with surrogacy arrangements. So I just want to flag that that's a possibility, but there is some criticism of that work. So the Access to Justice and Law Reform Institute of Nova Scotia is suggesting that those regulations don't do the work that really needs to be done, which is to have parentage legislation. And that we're the only jurisdiction, Nova Scotia is the only jurisdiction in Canada without parentage legislation, which can matter when it comes to kind of fundamental rights, and also like just the idea of who gets to say who is your family and who is your parent. The criticism is like it shouldn't be some bureaucrat at Vital Statistics deciding who your family is. Another thing to try to make life more livable for folks who want to have a family but aren't able to biologically is a tax credit that they've introduced this month. It will offset the costs for trying to become a parent. So since you can't pay anyone to do it, at least you can get some money back if you're trying to do IVF or other surrogacy-related costs, so up to 40%. And I just saw a stat as I was looking at these things that it can cost between $80,000 and $100,000 to have a child via this route. So obviously, financially privileged folks can do this. And then I just wanted to note this one case that I wasn't able to research at all, but this one case caught my eye. It's been before the courts multiple times, the most recent 2017. A man and a woman decided that the male would help her become pregnant, and then they had a falling out, and so it became a huge fight over custody of the child, and then what would happen. They had created some embryos and frozen them. Anyway, long story short is they had to share custody with the child, and they keep fighting about every aspect of raising a child. So you get into family law and everyone suffers. I just wanted, this is my last slide, I just wanted to be sure folks were aware that the Legal Info Society of Nova Scotia has provided further resources and information about your rights and how to start a human rights complaint and things like that. So I included the link here, and you can go check it out. So that's me. If people have questions, you can ask me, email me, I can share my slides, and that is all. Thanks. Any questions?
I actually have a question.
Sure.
More about like HRES.
More about what?
HRES, Human Rights and Equity Services.
Oh, sure, okay.
In the case that people do have to, I guess, like, if they are experiencing some kind of discriminatory action, have to
Yeah.
file something under you guys, how would they, like, start? Who would they reach out to?
Yeah, so HRES has, I mean, basically you can just search that in the Dow website and you'll get a contact number. So they have a number you call and you probably end up leaving a message. It depends on if it's the normal workday, they might take your call. And they'll have an initial conversation with you about what's going on and what you might need and then figure out if it needs to progress further. And so then they would connect you with a human rights and equity services advisor who you meet with and kind of talk about your options, which are all laid out under the policies. Is that, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks for having me.
We actually did have a few people join in on this during this
So, yeah, I'm Fallon Matthews, technically a doctor because I successfully defended my doctorate thesis this summer. So, yeah, and I was really happy to be I am really happy to be a part of this. And I'm gonna talk about understanding gender and the correlation between, the gender spectrum, affirming care, and also just general community, and how and why that is important. So just to get a couple of definitions out of the way, because I find that one of the barriers for folks to really appreciate the distinction of gender and things like one's positionality, which is their social identifiable condition within society, is that people have a tendency to look at particular terms as interchangeable, but they're not. So in reference to gender, a lot of people tend to believe sex is the same thing as gender. But sex actually pertains more to what are understood as ascribed biologically deterministic traits, which are associated with genes and chromosomes and gametes. And a lot of people who express misinformed or exclusionary, discriminatory sentiments, discourses, what have you, respective to, transphobia or prejudices against gender expansive peoples, kind of wrongfully use biology as something to underscore their contentions. Because biology is not this kind of be-all, end-all, essentialist thing that determines one's gender or eligibility, what have you. Because, people are more complicated than that, right? And one kind of clear example is just biology itself being complicated through all of these different kind of chromosomal occurrences. And in addition to that, the output in terms of the phenotype, so there's the genotype, which are the genes, the phenotype is the presentation. So the phenotype and so forth, it differs across the board, regardless of this chromosomal arrangement. So that's also something to keep in mind when people are kind of arguing on behalf or using the premise of biology. Because biology itself also recognizes the complexity, the vast spectrum of existence and what have you. Gender is more about one's actual characteristics and identifications respective to how they present. It's also informed by, norms, and also behaviors and roles, which concern societies. So while sex could be understood to pertain to inner configurations and what have you, gender is more about the externalization of one's identity and identifications and what have you. And it's more located in the external sphere of society. And there are just a plethora of different gender identities. There's, agender, not really identifying with gender overall, bigender, to cisgender, which pertains to how one's genotypical ascription is matched, or it kind of lines up with socially ascribed definitions of that, and genderqueer, which is kind of fluid, and then there's trans, which is, going against the grain of the initial ascriptions of caregivers or the attending medical personnel who oversee one's birth, existence, and so forth. And pronouns are also quite important to think about as well. They're used in place of proper noun, like somebody's name. also kind of comical when, transphobic, ridiculous people will be like, I'm against pronouns, pseudo-intellectual edgelords, mobs, the whole 9 yards, kind of conveying that when they're really not against pronouns, right? Because pronouns are used all the time. So, when people usually declare being against pronouns, it's a really decidedly kind of gender expansive, exclusionary discourse, and that is quite deliberate. So important to bear that in mind. But you can see the miscellaneous kind of variations, and that's why it's also kind of important to ask what one's pronouns are in reference to them. And so there's also kind of different categories of gender, right? But to break it down really simply and comprehensively, there's the assigned gender, which is kind of what I mentioned before, your gender assignment at birth respective to medical personnel and caregivers who are your overseers, so to speak. And then there's the true actual gender, which is basically what the individual chooses and identifies at, what personally resonates existentially and what have you. And that honestly is the one that is quite significant, if not the most significant. And this is kind of what goes back to the previous presentations we've kind of ran through with respective to, discrimination, also, even applying into formal, legal rational processes like immigration, or permanent residency and what have you. It's important to distinguish between these two things because when you're conveying your identity or just acknowledging those of others, these things put that in perspective. And also distinguishing between these two is key to kind of get a larger picture as to how and why gender and identity and so forth works in the way that it does. So an easy way to kind of think about those two things, you have your perceived assigned gender on one, and then the actual gender on the other, right? And when you can kind of visualize this in terms of like where you're located, respective to how you identify or how you are identified in terms of perception. So when we say somebody is cis, what we're conveying is that these two things are in alignment. So if your perception by your caregivers, attending medical personnel, is, for example, female, you would put a mark by female. And then if your actual gender, in terms of your true gender as per you and your prerogative existentially and so forth, is also female, those two things align, and that is what cis kind of pertains to. And this is also informed by socio-political contexts as well, in terms of like I said, in terms of the behaviors and roles and kind of descriptions. But for example, if you are assigned a gender identity, like, such as male at birth by caregivers or attending medical personnel, but then you kind of, as you get older and more aware of yourself, you identify, as non-binary. Those are two differing things in terms of the perception assignment versus the true actual gender. So noticing those differences, being mindful of those differences, I am somebody who believes like knowledge can be power, and that can kind of better conceptualize, or rather contextualize, and understand how and why those distinctions are at play if someone were to inquire, or if you were kind of thinking about your own positionality and where you kind of fit. So as an example, myself, I'm a demi girl. So in, youth and as a child, what have you, by my caregivers and attending personnel, medical personnel. I was assigned and perceived to be exclusively female. But as I got older, I realized that I don't really identify as wholly or even uncritically with femininity or being female in terms of like how that female qualifier is sociopolitically defined in multiple contexts. So I found myself kind of drifting into this category here. So I'm not completely out of that sphere, but I'm down here. So that's why I'm a demigirl, and I use she, her pronouns still, but I'm not really into the whole sphere of the description of what female or femininity is. And that's me. Demigirl can mean different things to different people as well. So I'm not like the spokesperson, but that's just an example to illustrate how these distinctions can work and function and like give clarity when people are identifying. So gender affirming care pertains to, like again, gender noting that external context, right? Understanding the required or even honestly interventions that affirm one's gender, one's positionality respective to gender. So that can look like all kinds of things. It could look like hormones. It could look like surgeries. It could look like just changing, legal names, processes, what have you. And that's, again, something that ties into the previous presentation about, why it's kind of necessary to assert one's human rights and how problematic and quite frankly bullshit social inequities are respective to being exclusionary or violent to gender expansive individuals and not having one's gender identity really affirmed in formal and informal capacities. So, and this kind of pertains to like all kinds of stuff, like from your clothes to, other stylistic choices, having, like I mentioned, legally, name changes that can pertain to legal documents, your passport, what have you. That's all under the umbrella of gender affirming care. And that's important because it's important to affirm one's identity, right? It feels really disjointed and quite frankly shitty if people aren't really acknowledging who you are. It's not just about how you identify, it's literally existential in terms of who you are. I'm sure I could go on a tangent about how Dalhousie University doesn't really affirm what I think I am in terms of like worthy of being gainfully employed, but in the context of gender and affirming care, this kind of takes new meaning in terms of like an existential level, respective to one's gender and positionality. And so you might be wondering, what does this have to do with community? And as I ponder this myself, because like how somebody asks you a question and you're just like, this is really obvious, this is simple, but you kind of struggle to like concisely or succinctly convey how and why it is relevant or what it is. That's kind of how I felt when I was thinking about, how does this relate to community? And I'm like, oh my God, it's totally obvious. Like affirming gender, being mindful of gender, all this is so relevant. But to break down how and why it's relevant is kind of complicated for me in terms of like just pinning things down. So what I like to do and what I find is most effective as, being a neurodivergent individual on the spectrum, personally for me, is to kind of break things down and work backwards sometimes. So in terms of community, I thought to myself like, well, what does community even mean? And why does it matter? Because why would it then matter to connect gender with it? And so I ran into the same issue because community can mean so many different things. So another thing that also helps me is to identify what community is not. So, like, community is ideally a space of honest care. It concerns accountability, support systems where people are valued based on who they are. And it's not based on popularity or ranking or, convenience, right? This is something I'm sure all of us must have learned, unfortunately, in the hard way with people we thought were, trusted individuals or friends end up not really reciprocating the effort or esteems that we give them, right? They just kind of exploit us or remember that we exist when it's convenient or when we can be an asset to them. And then for the rest of the time, they just kind of fuck off into space and leave us hanging. That's shitty behavior. That's not community. And community is also built on trust and reciprocity, and sharing commitments, and being mindful of one's, positionality, privileges, and what have you. That doesn't mean that you are therefore deprioritized or expendable, right? One example that comes to mind is that there are, prominent scholars or what have you who claim to be all about, gender representation, inclusion, all this other stuff, and social justice, but they just are awful, right? It's like charlatanism almost. And instrumentalizing social justice concepts or what have you to essentially absolve themselves of accountability or rationalize treating particular peoples as expendable. And that is kind of really devastating and all the more egregious when you think about how, gender expansive peoples are already marginalized as is. But just getting back to that example, there was one person who pretty much stated that because I am a single person who is not a parent, I therefore am not as valid as others in comparison. But this wasn't about, just like privileges in terms of like less commitments or financial strain or what have you, respect that kind of comes with parentage. It was kind of imparting that I was expendable because I didn't have an asset to kind of be exploited because this individual likes to vicariously parent other people's children. So that's why, big picture is important and why I went through that whole spiel about distinguishing between gender assignment, perception versus true actual gender, because it's important to take that big picture into account. Because when you cherry pick particular portions, it can occlude things and leave you lacking a sense of direction or context. And that kind of led me to really appreciate what community is. Because true community is about fostering belonging and respect and what have you. It's not about performance or ranking or ringleaders. It shouldn't, the quality of your community is questionable if, it's contingent on one individual, or if it centers on one individual, or if it just takes one individual or particular individuals to say something and that prompts people to take a particular course of action, right? That's almost parasocial. And so cissexism is another form of, what community is not. And cissexism kind of pertains to giving superiority to cisgender people over trans and non-binary and other gender expansive peoples. And it does so kind of citing community, right? Because when you encounter a lot of transphobic, etc. folks who express cissexism, they kind of fall back on it to reference some kind of community point. Like they might use antiquated modalities or discourses or whatever general insights that are misinformed or what have you, and cite those things to rationalize cissexism. But that's just another example of cherry picking, right? If you're going to use a particular reference or personnel to vindicate cissexism, then you need to be mindful of that reference in entirety, right? A popular example is religion. In terms of like Christianity, right? There are lots of people who may fall back on the Bible or something as a rationale for being transphobic or exclusionary of gender expansive positionalities. But there's nothing really explicitly in that text or source that kind of vindicates things. And the other aspect, big picture, is to consider how humanity is imperfect. So by definition, you cannot lean on your own interpretation or a particular interpretation of a biblical text or something as high of that existential nature when you are ascribing divinity to something. If you are being mindful of how humanity is not perfect, you can also be amenable to the fact that your perception, which kind of cites cissexism, is also wrong, because we as humans are not divine beings. So being mindful of that larger context. I mean, good luck trying to get that point across, but it's important to think about that as well in terms of it, and how and why cissexism and likewise things are really kind of logical fallacies. And in terms of community, neoliberalism and tokenism are important things to consider. And for those who are unfamiliar with what these things mean, they're kind of performative politics that favor privatization and deregulation via, individual, like exactly what the text says. But this is just kind of a fancy way of saying that this is prioritizing performance as opposed to authentic action, care, introspection, what have you. It's a guise of inclusion or care, but there's nothing really meaningful behind it, right? If people here are familiar with the series Mad Men, or just other series that might deal with marketing, one of the kind of really popular sentiments is like a reason why characters in those industries or characters in anything that are relatively privileged arguably have so many assets, like where they would not be for want, are so miserable, is because of the performativity of it all. When you look at these characters and the ethos or whatever that they are espousing, you kind of realize that when they take their masks off, there's nothing behind them, because they never did the critical thinking or work to actually cultivate a sense of self or security beyond all of those performative metrics. In terms of neoliberalism and tokenism, it operates on that same avenue. This idea that if we appoint particular individuals with marginalized qualifiers or what have you, that is tantamount to progress. But it's not. Like, there are shitty people who are trans, there are shitty people who are gender expansive, there are shitty people of all identities and qualifiers. If you empower particular people who happen to be shitty, like that, qualifiers don't, like, trump that. So that, again, is why it's important to be mindful of the big picture. Like, think about, for example, Caitlyn Jenner, right? If you appointed Caitlyn Jenner, the person who was in charge of, diversity, inclusion, or what have you, knowing the discursive associations, endorsements, what have you, of Caitlyn Jenner as an individual, that isn't equivalent to progress. That doesn't benefit or uplift marginalized peoples. So it's important to recognize how just qualifiers in and of themselves are not, indicative of one's actual politic or actual substantive gains for marginalized positionalities. It's why a lot of people, even within social justice spheres, community work, or what have you, who are quite prominent and privileged in their positionalities, end up, being awful. Once you actually look behind the mask, you can see that there's not really much behind there. And in terms of tokenism, it's that principle of just that individual. This individual will do this, so we can wash our hands clean because we've got this individual that we can lean on and what have you, and they can handle it. But that doesn't actually equate to progress. Again, with those problematic politics. And moreover, it helps to kind of understand and think of things in terms of the big picture when you think about how it's no coincidence that particular individuals, regardless of their positionalities, ascend social ladders and kind of uncritically revere and oblige the institutional status quo to their own benefits at our detriments. And to some extent, even their own detriment, but they're not really recognizing that because of the other assets that they can accrue. Which kind of underscores the phenomenon known as organized abandonment. If you're looking in, institutional settings, institutions regardless if it's school, a marriage, what have you, or a workplace, organized abandonment is the phenomenon wherein particular peoples with particular qualifiers are kind of brought into spaces and then just systematically left hanging to the point where they are completely abandoned. And this manifests in many different forms. For example, you might have seen graphics about how somebody might be hired for, diversity purposes or what have you, and then if that person is actually working towards making meaningful change within the organization, they find themselves alienated by the very same individuals who initially championed their hiring in the first place and pay lip service to things like inclusion and equity and what have you. But because there is no genuine commitment to addressing or actually changing the structural inequities upon which things are contingent, you end up with anyone who's kind of a naysayer or looking to affect some meaningful progress being abandoned or shunned through miscellaneous processes, whether that is formally in terms of the protocol and terms of service unique to a particular organization, or if that is kind of more subtle in terms of how people might not really stand by you publicly and express private sentiments. That abandonment is an organized effort. It is organized because it is essentially enacting a collusion within oppressive forces. So, and it also kind of ensues as a result of scarcity, right? When respect, resources, what have you, are withheld, marginalized peoples, regardless of what spaces they occupy, are still kind of shortchanged, whether they realize it or not. So that organized abandonment, unique, interesting phenomenon, and also something that puts things in perspective to in terms of community and how and why gender is significant. Because think about gender expansive individuals, trans individuals, who are just, contending with this phenomenon, right? The absence of gender affirming care, the absence of people really acknowledging or speaking truth to power respective to the harms of inequities respective to gender. And yet, while all of this is happening, while all of this is sustained, you still have the mainstream paying all of this lip service to, inclusion, right? You still have corporate sponsored pride floats. You still have all of that, and yet when it pertains to the actual individuals, the demographics of marginalized positionalities, they're still shortchanged. That's not a coincidence, that's systemic. And that speaks to larger structural issues that institutions have yet to, if will ever, actually address. And so as I thought more about, community and the meaning of that and what have you, I just really pinned down the relevance of how and why gender is really key to critically consider in terms of initiatives that are supposed to be geared towards aiding, empowering, what have you, gender expansive and trans individuals. It needs to be meaningful and authentic as opposed to performative. It actually needs to center the ethos of that inclusion as opposed to just looking at it as an afterthought. It concerns actually speaking against inequities as opposed to just Kanye shrugging against them. And it's not a vanity project, right? Think about countless scholars or just public intellectuals and so forth in, academia's context who have just a laundry list of publications or book deals or what have you, or public speaking engagements talking about the necessity of, representation and aiding gender expansive individuals. But in their personal lives or politics, they completely don't do that. Or worse yet, they could do all this in terms of that presentation, but behind closed doors are in cahoots with people who are overtly discriminatory to those positionalities. And then they'll make the argument that you have to be strategic, you have to be friends, keep your enemies closer, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's true. And when people try to sell me on that, that just kind of signals to me that they're not really about that life. So it's important to think about that. And it's also important to, again, thinking big picture, distinguish between strategy and complacency. If you are constantly abiding and indulging oppressive people's rhetorics and what have you under the premise of strategy, that's problematic and your strategy is shitty. Because if it worked, things would have changed for the better for those very same marginalized peoples that you allege to champion, as opposed to use as accessories for a vanity project when applying for promotion or what have you. So, important things to think about. And also, this is why big picture is also significant in terms of community, is that community doesn't have to be this wide, expansive thing. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't look like, you being the most popular person ever, or just going into spaces and automatically being recognized. Community isn't the same thing as notoriety or popularity, right? Your community can even be small, as long as it's a support network and something that is healthy and fosters, safety and care, and, a collective upon which you can depend. That's community. And I think that's also important to consider because oftentimes gender expansive peoples are pathologized for not being as quote unquote social as, cis counterparts. And there's a lot of scholarship and people in terms of their lived experiences can speak to this, right? And again, this is why big picture is important. when people are trying to trot out statistics and pathologize gender expansive peoples and trans individuals and what have you as problematic or deviant or what have you, just, imply or implicitly defective or incongruous with like the mainstream, and you ask why, that's important. Because is it gender expansive peoples aren't super social, or gender expansive people happen to be like bullied a shit ton, which disinclines socializing? Or are gender expansive people subject to really harsh adversities, or just adversities in general, which understandably can disincline being as outgoing as other positionalities who aren't contending with such adversities? Like popular outlooks that unfortunately are not accompanied by those questions. So again, big picture is important. But yeah, that's why I think people should be mindful of that and not be super into one thing. And also, community is kind of however you want to define it too, similar to your gender, right? It's not a one size fits all. Like I mentioned before, I'm a demigirl because of what that means to me. I don't speak for all demigirls. And there very well might be, another demigirl who walks in and it's just like, I don't think that's what that means. Like, and that's fine. It's unique to the individual. I mean, you might find solidarity in recognizing that Elon Musk is a fuckface and a colossal asshat. And that solidarity is beautiful. So be mindful of that. Because as I said before, it's not a one size fits all. It's like what you make it. And another thing to think about is how, gender and so forth is not just static. You don't just have to choose one thing and stick with it. It can change over time. And it's cool. It's fine. There's nothing wrong if changes happen. That's what life is. That's what growth is. You don't kind of stay in the same domain as you did prior. That's how time and life works. And, I also struggle a lot with anxiety and I have OCD, so change and stuff is really unnerving for me. But I am coming to grips with how change is just kind of inevitable and a part of life. And also kind of recognizing how, not all change is bad. Change in and of itself is just a phenomenon. So today, I might, I'm a demigirl, but maybe down the road I could be, different. That's fine. And honestly, that doesn't harm anybody, right? As badly as I wish, me waking up and yelling from the rooftops that I'm a demigirl is not going to result in Elon Musk being 6 foot under. That's not how that works, unfortunately. But yeah. So yeah, that's my presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Does anybody want to not go and deal with Elon Musk? Just getaway car? If anybody needs an alibi, just let me know. But yeah.
My name is Charlie Parsons. I use any pronouns. I prefer they, them. And I'm here on behalf of the Bisexual Plus Network of Nova Scotia to talk about letter writing and its role in democracy. So up until last week, we were known as the Halifax Bi Plus Network, but the Halifax, we've expanded to a provincial level because things have been growing so fast over the past 8 months since we formed. And the Bisexual Plus Network of Nova Scotia is a dedicated resource center and community hub for bisexual plus individuals of all genders in Halifax and across Nova Scotia. So that means anybody who identifies as bi, pan, queer, questioning, anything that isn't monosexual, and it talks about and makes spaces for those unique experiences. Our mission is to create bisexual plus centered events and programs for our local community. Some of these events include virtual spaces and workshops, as well as workshops like this, and we also have a monthly fiber art circle, which is very popular. We do crochet, knitting, felting, all sorts of really cool stuff. And we also have bi-monthly meetups, yes, the pun was intended, where we go to spaces like the Discovery Center next month. Last month we went to the Museum of Natural History, which was a whole lot of fun, and we hope to see you there. So writing letters to government officials is super important because it allows citizens to voice their concerns, opinions, and suggestions on important issues, and participate in democracy by influencing elected officials. This holds elected representatives accountable, but it also keeps representatives aware of their citizens' needs and wants, and just kind of, where the people are at. This can influence policy decisions and impact potential change. Letters are a medium that's personal and direct, which makes them a great medium for participating in democracy because it allows what can seem like a very wide and distant amount of people to be more humanized and personal. Letters can be written to many different government officials. This includes the Prime Minister, but also on a wider level, members of Parliament or specific cabinet ministers, like the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Health, etc. There should be a comma there. That's okay for issues related to their specific jurisdictions. So when it comes to where to send these letters, there are specific addresses for the Prime Minister and members of Parliament, both in Ottawa, which are up here. All of these have just been found through the Government of Canada website if you'd like to look yourself. And for individual cabinet ministers, their contact information can also be found through the Government of Canada website. When it comes to formatting letters, it's important to start with the recipient's correct title and form of address. So for example, when writing to the minister, it would be the Honorable, and then first name, last name. And then continuing on to the body of the letter, you want to keep this short and very to the point so that what you're saying doesn't get lost in the language. So try and keep it about 1 page, keep it cordial and direct. If you refer to any facts or statistics, make sure that they're correct and can't be kind of debunked isn't quite the right word, but you know what I mean. And then when signing off your letter, make sure to thank the recipient for their time and attention and use a formal sign-off, for example, yours truly, and then your full name. Some useful tips for writing formal letters like this is, first of all, to be polite. This is a frustrating time for politics, for democracy, for the world. But remaining courteous will help the recipient to better empathize with your concerns and address them in a way that isn't reactionary in any negative way. Also be specific, include who you are and where you're writing from. It can be helpful to include your postal code, especially when you're writing to your MP, because your physical address and location determines who your member of Parliament is. Be focused in your letter, try to stick to one issue, clearly state your purpose, as well as what specific action you want to be taken. And also be legible, write neatly and clearly, or if you can, type and print the letter, which makes it easier to read. So, I was going to do this as a in-workshop practice, but I'm just going to give it to you as homework. So, you can go to ourcommons.ca to find out who your member of Parliament is by just putting in your postal code, and then if you have the time, draft at least the opening of a letter to a member of Parliament using the tips outlined in this presentation. Think about issues that are important to you and think about what action you would like to see taken. And then send those letters and actually, make your voice heard. It seems like a small thing, but if enough people write letters and enough people want things to happen, it can influence members of Parliament, but also ministers and even Prime Minister to hopefully make some positive change. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you. Slay, that was my presentation.
Yay.
It took a lot less time than I thought it would.
6 minutes.
Oh, I was hoping for at least 10.
It is.
I can wait till the people are settled. Yeah. Hello? It's not on.
It's not on. Yes.
Oh my gosh. People should not be handing me microphones. Hi. Everyone here knows me. My name is Sol. I'm the Police Support Navigator here. It's possible that I don't know how to stay serious when I'm presenting to all of my friends. Welcome. This is your crash course to the basics of petition writing. This is our outline. Yeah. Anyway, here's an introduction. I would like to introduce you to my friend. His name is the Lorax. He speaks for the trees. And the Lorax has an issue. And his issue is that there is a lack of protections in the truffula tree forest, which is causing a significant decline in truffula tree populations. And he has a goal, and his goal is to get the truffula tree forest to be set aside as a national park in order to help prevent the deforestation of the truffula trees. We will be helping him out today. Yeah. So, I did not organize my notes. So he's decided that he's going to use a petition to protect his forest. And so there's a lot of different reasons why you would want to use a petition, and why they are one of the most effective forms of communicating directly with the government. And this is because they are actually one of the most direct and one of the oldest forms of communication that we, the people, have to the government. And when I mean old, I mean like old. Canada's petitions are based off of a model that sort of originated in the British Parliament in the 17th century. So they've been around for a while. And petitions and our ability to petition the government, while it's not a constitutionally entrenched right, it is heavily cemented in years and years of precedent and parliamentary procedure. So it's still very integral to our rights as Canadians. And another reason that petitions are extra effective is because the government is required to respond. This has been a requirement since 1987, and as of more recently, it was also required that the government respond to all petitions that make it to the House of Commons, that they respond to it within 45 days. So what is a petition? A petition is a legal document, and it's not a legal document. It is simply a document that is intended to draw the attention of a governing body to a specific concern. It is essentially, it doesn't even have to be to a governing body. This can also be to organizations. There has been petitions sent to like Dalhousie as a school. In this case, we're talking about it in the context of Canadian federal politics, because there are different regulations depending on the province or territory as well. And so there are two main kinds of petitions that you can write to the Canadian federal government. We have paper petitions and electronic petitions. Both of them have their own pros and cons, but there's a lot of different reasons why you choose one or the other. The main distinctions are paper petitions. They are sent to an MP after signature collection. They don't require sponsorship, unlike electronic petitions. Electronic petitions, also before signature collection, have to be approved by the clerk of petitions, and they're made on the House of Commons website, whereas paper petitions, you just can sort of draft yourself. The Lorax is going to be doing an electronic petition because he feels bad cutting down trees, and also because I felt like electronic petitions would be more relevant to focus on because they're more common. So who do petitions even address? I'm assuming you're all familiar with the different branches of the Canadian government. Petitions can be addressed to 4 different people or entities. It can be addressed to the Government of Canada as a whole, to the House of Commons, or to a specific member of parliament, or to a minister of the crown, which is a cabinet minister. We will be addressing our petition to the House of Commons. And there's a lot of different reasons why you would choose who to address the petition to. It really depends on specifically your intent for this petition. So this is the anatomy of a petition. Essentially, you start with the addressing or lining out that this is a petition and it's being sent to a specific individual or entity. So this would be here, you would say petition to, in our case, the House of Commons. Then you lead with we the undersigned, and this is where you state who the petitioners are. And then you say you draw the attention of the, in our case, House of Commons, to the following. And this is your concern or your grievance. When you're outlining the grievance, you try to keep it concise, basically saying like the key points of what the issue is so that you can understand. And then you follow it up with, therefore, your petitioners request or call upon the House of Commons, Government of Canada, etc., to do the thing you want them to do. And this bit is extra important. It's called the prayer, and we will get to that. And then also afterwards, you have signatures. For our Lorax petition, these are the specific individuals that we would be referencing. So it's a petition to the House of Commons. We, the undersigned, is the residents of the Truffula Tree Forest. We draw the attention of the House of Commons to the following, that, and then we usually say like whereas. So we say whereas the Truffula Tree Forest is experiencing significant amounts of deforestation. Two, and then here we would be creating the Truffula Tree Forest National Park or something along that lines. Anyway, so these are the main steps of writing a petition. So you have your like actual creation, and then we have what happens afterwards. So first we'll talk about creation. There's like the main 4 things that you want to keep in mind is first, you want to know what your goal is. You want to have a clear outline. What is the issue here? And what do we want to happen? How do we want it to be fixed? Decide who you're addressing it to, and then you draft your prayer. Then you want to ensure that your petition is formatted correctly. From there, I need to hit stop hitting the wrong one. From there, we move on to here, and it's when we start having distinctions between paper petitions versus electronic petitions. So paper petitions, once it's been written, you can go straight into the signature gathering stage. Once you have enough signatures, you send it to your member of parliament. It can be any member of parliament, by the way. It does not have to be the one that represents you. It can be anyone. And they also don't necessarily have to agree with what you're saying in the petition. Anyway, the member of parliament will then send it to the clerk of petitions, which they will then certify it. They basically determine whether or not it's valid, all of this. And if it meets all these requirements, then it will be presented to the House of Commons. And this is usually done in one of the like regular business sessions. And it can be presented by the clerk of petition, but sometimes by an actual MP too. It depends. And then after that, once it's been tabled, it gets sent to the Privy Council office, and there they basically create this government response, which is then tabled once again in the House of Commons, and that has to be done again within 45 days of the presentation, the original presentation, and they take this seriously. So if it does not occur that a government response is tabled within the 45 days, it's actually sent to a committee to basically determine why wasn't it done on time. So they take this seriously, that it has to happen within the 45 days. With an electronic petition, you need to create it on the House of Commons website. I'll point you in the direction of how to do that. And then you need to get the support of 5 Canadian citizens or Canadian residents. Then you need to get sponsored by a member of parliament. Again, it's the same thing. They don't have to be in your writing. They can be on the other side of the country. They just have to agree to it. And then the member of parliament sends it for a preliminary review by the clerk of petitions, where they basically are like, okay, is this valid, does it meet the requirements? From there, it's published on the House of Commons website for signatures. For electronic petitions, you need to get 500 signatures within 120 days. If that happens, then it's certified by the clerk of petitions and it goes through the same presentation and response process as a paper petition. And also, a government response can vary in what it actually is. Sometimes they can respond by actually introducing certain amendments or new bills, but sometimes it's more of a response of, hey, we have some legislation that already does this specific thing. It really depends on the petition and what is determined by what is determined by that specific minister. Anyway, so I said I would get back to writing a prayer. So the prayer is essentially it's the request to the government of what you want them to do. So you're either asking them to take an action or refrain from taking an action. Prayers, they can be addressed again to the House of Commons, an MP, the Government of Canada, or a Minister of the Crown. As per the Official Languages Act, they have to be in one of the 2 official languages of Canada, although under some conditions they might accept it in a different language if the petition is also available in an official language. But it's recommended to just do it in English or French. And so something that's also important is that the prayer has to request an action that is under the jurisdiction of the House of Commons or the federal government, because of course, like they have to actually have the ability to do what you're asking them to do. And they also can't pertain to matters that are considered sub judice. Sub judice is it's a parliamentary convention. A convention is basically like a sort of unwritten rule of parliamentary procedure. It's basically parliament etiquette, if that makes any sense. They are not legally obligated to follow these conventions. It's just very heavily encouraged. Sub judice specifically, if you think sub as in under, judice as in like judge, basically means that the House of Commons and by extension, this petition cannot basically interfere or refer to any case that, or like criminal case or legal case that is currently going through the courts. And yeah, they also cannot request the expulsion of an MP. You cannot write a petition to ask for that. And then signatures. This is also an important aspect because there are different requirements. For electronic petitions, you have to get 500 signatures minimum within 120 days. For paper petitions, it is 25 signatures. They can be signed by a Canadian citizen or resident. And as of more recently, Canadian citizens living abroad can also sign a petition. There is no minimum age to sign a petition. Anyone of any age can sign one, which I think is a pretty big deal. And you have to sign for yourself. This is for paper petitions specifically. If an individual is, for whatever reason, physically incapable of signing for themselves due to illness or disability, then for a paper petition, you can basically have someone sign on their behalf, and then you write a little note that says that, and it has to be signed by a witness, and then that is included with the petition. Also, there's a little bit of a formatting thing for paper petitions, which is you need to have at least 3 signatures with addresses on the same page as you have the main text. And then the rest of the signatures can be on different pages. And so this is the main information that you need. You just need to have the person's signed name and their address to verify that they're a Canadian citizen or resident. Yeah. It's an activity time. So we're going to write a petition to help the Lorax achieve his goal. To review, this is our helpful information. We have our addressee. We're sending it to the House of Commons. We have our petitioners, which are the residents of the Truffalo Forest. We have the reason for request, which is deforestation of Truffalo Forest. And our request is for them to create a national park to protect Truffalo Forest or take otherwise actions to protect the Truffalo Forest. And this is the format that we want to follow. And I will give y'all, I'll give you like 5 minutes to sit down And if you have questions, tell me.
How much signatures does it take for a petition to go to Parliament?
Sorry?
How much signatures does a petition require to have to go to Parliament?
For a paper petition, you'd need 25 minimum. And for an electronic petition, you'd need 500 signatures in 120 days.
So what's stopping someone like 24 friends from just like really going to bullshit petition?
In theory, nothing. I mean, they still have to meet a certain set of like formatting requirements, which I do have the references to, like, for specific, if you're drafting your own. I have the references that outline the format, but they have to meet a certain level of requirements. Also, if they are submitted, the clerk of petitions will basically look through and determine if there are any petitions. This is for electronic petitions, to see if there are any that are already quite similar. And if there are, then they might also reject the petition. But otherwise, if you have 25 people to sign the petition and you meet all the requirements, there's nothing in theory stopping you as long as you get someone to file it. Yeah?
You said there's no age limit, so like a baby could sign it.
Well, they have to be physically capable of doing it, but yeah.
But you say someone is physically capable, then someone else can sign on their behalf, and then write there's a witness.
Yeah, I think that would only be for cases in which there is an inability to sign because of illness or disability.
Okay, so not because
No. Okay. Everyone's good? Does anyone need more time? You're allowed to say if you need more time. I think this is how my professors feel. Anyway, this is sort of what it should look like. It doesn't have to be this verbatim. You had a bit of creative liberties. But yeah, so it would say something along the lines of petition to the House of Commons. We, the undersigned residents of the Truffula Forest, draw the attention of the House of Commons to the following. That whereas lack of regulation allows the practice of truffula tree logging, truffula trees are a special threatened species. Oh my goodness. Truffula tree logging has led to a large-scale deforestation of the truffula tree forest. It's a new drinking game, and it is. Take a shot every time I say truffula. Truffula trees are a unique species which is integral to the survival of the community of truffula tree forest, and therefore, we, the undersigned, residents of Truffula Tree Forest, call upon the House of Commons to, 1, designate the Truffula Tree Forest as a national park of Canada, and 2, take action to protect the ecological diversity present in the area. That's, yeah, basically what it should look like. And yeah, now you know the basics of making a petition. However, you'll probably want resources for when you draft your own. So, this is a paper petition writing guide. It has more information on formatting in terms of like specifics, which is just like font size and stuff. So, formatting. This is one of my main references, which is the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. Chapter 22 is on public petitions. It's got a whole bunch of incredible information. And for if you want to make your own electronic petition. Right here, this link will take you right to where you can create an account to draft your own petition. However, if you look around on that website, you'll also find petitions that are currently open for signing, and you can look to see petitions that have been signed and the government's responses that were drafted to them. And yeah, I also have my sources if you want to see them, but I'm going to go back to this slide. Happy petitioning.
Response to it, 313
Make sure my remote works. Great. So, hi everybody. My name is Vince. I am a PhD student here at Dal. My talk is called Kiki as Resistance, Shaping Black, Queer, and Trans Identities. You'll notice usually all the photos have names. Naming is a really important part of this process. In Ballroom, a lot of people will select their name for a very specific reason, and in considering the historic and systemic erasure of especially of Black, queer, and trans people, it's very important that we recognize these folks as much as we can. So this is one of our community members, a commentator, Silk Pink Lady. First and foremost, I just want to start by recognizing I'm actually here visiting from Tiohtià:ke, aka colonially referred to as Montreal, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Kanien'kehá:ka people. This is a photo that was taken at the McGill encampment when in solidarity with Palestinians. And if you scan this QR code, you'll actually get a statement from a group of people in Ballroom who put together a house, symbolic house, called the United House of Watermelon. And it's specifically to recognize and talk about the links of solidarity that need to exist within communities. This will give you the full letter. I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but I will read you some excerpts from that. Also, I should be speaking to the mic, shouldn't I?
Yeah, totally.
Are we good? I just want to make sure accessibility-wise, it's not going to have an issue with, okay.
Yeah, it's picked up.
Great. So I'm just going to read some of the statement. Above anything, Ballroom is a political shelter because of its history. It was born from a fight against systemic racism and white supremacy amongst the drag community. This was led by Black and brown, queer, trans people. Our community is diverse in race, genders, sexuality, and national borders. To walk a ball, to participate in this scene means you are in solidarity with those marginalized across these identities. We should ensure that this is a safe and humane space. We ask for the Ballroom scene to be in political alignment with the resistance that made it possible for us to be here. The United House of Watermelon is a symbolic house that was created to support Palestinian liberation, a permanent ceasefire, and an end to the complicity of some Ballroom individuals in Israel's occupation and war crimes, meaning an end to the presence and support of a pro-Israeli Ballroom scene in Israel. We are a collective of over 75 members of the scene across Africa, Europe, the Americas, Australia, and Asia in the main and Kiki scene, united in our belief in ending the occupation by the colonial state of Israel and all other forms of oppression we are witnessing globally, such as the crisis in Sudan, Congo, and Ethiopia, Tigray, to name a few. These oppressions are all connected to the fight against the occupation by the colonial state of Israel, all being anti-colonial fights that are deeply rooted in capitalism and white supremacy. Ballroom's heart and soul is in the idea of autonomy and self-determination, the ability to make decisions about your own life in order to reach your full, true self without interference. For femme queens, for trans men, for every marginalized individual and community around the world. We therefore stand urgently with the Palestinians who are cruelly lacking autonomy and self-determination. We urge our Ballroom community to stand up for every person that is suffering. The UHWM will not support the contradiction of a pro-Israeli Ballroom scene where dozens take part in balls, slamming backs on stolen land. To be pro-Israel signals your support for Zionism, an ideology rooted in colonialism and white supremacy. To take part in a Black art form with this violent belief amongst Black people is a danger to all you walk with. This is a call for the Ballroom community to remember its history, made and created by marginalized people, that when we see oppression, we cannot turn our head. We cannot pick and choose. If you are a part of the Ballroom scene, it's because of its historical and political reasons of creation. You cannot be in such an intrinsically political space and choose the side of the oppressor. We need to stand with all the oppressed and act on it. Ceasefire now and freedom for all peoples and nations that are suffering. So this is a portion of this statement from the scene. And I believe that this is intrinsically important for us to remember as we are also on stolen land here in Mi'kmaq, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq, and as I am also based on unceded Indigenous land. What does it mean for us to exist in a movement that is rooted in an anti-colonial praxis, but to be based on stolen land? There's a fundamental hypocrisy there, and what we have to do to address that hypocrisy is to always keep talking about these issues, to always continue to fight marginalization wherever we see it, and not just to pick and choose what makes sense for us and what feels relevant to our own lived experiences. So with that, no land acknowledgement. Hi, I believe this might have audio. Let me make sure. It does not. My name is Vaisong Musso. I'm a PhD candidate in the Faculty of Health here at Dal. My ballroom name is also Moose 007. In ballroom, to have a name like 007 is to imply that you are a free agent. It means you're not affiliated with any other house. And this, I wanted to start out by giving y'all a bit of an experience of what a ball is like. This was a function at which I walked a category called executive realness. The purpose of realness is to try to pass. It's rooted in our fundamental experiences as queer and trans people of color trying to pass. Here's the vibe. There are some terms in this video you might have also heard from other spaces. Any examples? 10s across the board? Did you hear that? Okay. Do you know, but have you heard of this expression? 10s across the board. Have you heard of realness? Right? Where have you heard these terms? Yeah, where else? The cursed place, Drag Race. First and foremost, everything Drag Race has taught you about anything about ballroom history is wrong. Absolutely everything. Drag Race is actually responsible for a significant amount of the co-opting of the terms that come from ballroom and are completely stripped of their political sense in order to promote this kind of, yes, everyone is friendly, all of these things. A lot of the terms that I'm sure that you're familiar with, if I were to say something like, you better work the house down boots, mama, for your life. All of that came from ballroom. All of that came from ballroom in the 80s. Like, how many of you have seen Paris is Burning? Great, that's homework. Go onto YouTube, there's a film called Paris is Burning. It's about an hour and a half. I'm gonna show you some clips from Paris is Burning later. But it is the origin point for a lot, I don't like to say that. There's a lot of problems with Paris is Burning as a documentary, but in terms of mainstream visibility, it is like the #1 thing that we're talking about here. First, before we jump into stuff, I just want to go through the objectives of the talk. First is going to be to understand Kiki Ballroom as a transformative space for Black LGBTQ+ identity development. The second is going to be to examine Black LGBTQ+ cultural production as a form of resistance against structural anti-Blackness. And the third is to explore the relevance of Afrocentric and Indigenous research principles within Kiki Ballroom spaces. So what is Kiki Ballroom? Lucky to meet Rose Constantine, gorgeous. She walks a few categories, but this is her walking femme queen realness. So Kiki Ballroom specifically is a youth-centered offshoot of the ballroom scene, which emphasizes community, self-expression, and support for young Black and Latinx LGBTQ+ folks. It's rooted in the culture of the Harlem ballroom scene, which is what is documented as Paris is Burning, which is why I'm asking you to watch this. Kiki Ballroom kind of emerged as a way to provide a safer, more accessible space for youth to explore identity and to celebrate queer and trans, Black and Latinx culture. And so its origin point, I think, is very important for me as a social worker to look at, because Kiki Ballroom actually comes from trying to get Black and Latinx youth to come in to get tested for HIV. So this was organized by groups in New York called like Gay Men's Health Crisis, for example, who were out mobilizing, doing all of this work, really trying to get access to people, to get them tested to stop the spread of HIV, which is disproportionately high within Black and Latinx communities. It still is, by the way, I should note. Current statistics have it that 1 Black gay man out of 2 in the United States now will contract HIV in his lifetime. Does this feel normal to you? Right? Why do you think you have never heard this as a group of people who are sitting here in a space that is so queer focused? Right? This is the kind of systemic exclusion that we're trying to address with these spaces. And so Kiki Ballroom has really been a space to do that, and it celebrates a whole bunch of stuff. I want to talk about some things because I know people are maybe not familiar with a lot of the terms I'm using. When I talk about houses, they're very similar. Kiki houses are very similar to ballroom houses. It's these names, this is the House of Constantine. They function as chosen families that offer mentorship, belonging, and protection from broader social discrimination. So if you've been kicked out of your house, if you're a queer person who found yourself in the streets because your parents kicked you out, a ballroom house might take you in. They might provide you housing. They might provide you support. They might help you to get food. They might help you to get a job. Usually houses have rules, right? So the rules that a house might have might be, if you're going to show up in the scene, you need to be in school, or you need to get a job. You need to do all of these things. Houses within the Kiki scene specifically are all about collective care, leadership, and self-advocacy. They often prioritize activism, community building, and wellness over the more competitive lens. So when I'm talking about Kiki, I'm talking about something that's different from ballroom. Ballroom is very competitive. When you go to a mainstream ball, you might be competing, walking a category, as I did when I walked that category. The prize money might be $1,000 at a mainstream ball. At Kiki function, it's usually, if there's a cash prize at all, it's probably something minimal. It's usually like a little trophy, like a keychain, a mug, kind of thing, but it's really about building that community dynamic. In terms of social and cultural impact, Kiki Ballroom offers a relatively more safe, I don't like the term safe spaces for a lot of reasons, but it offers a relatively more safe and affirming space to challenge structural inequities, provides essential resources, and often serves as a gateway to vital support systems. So if you, for example, don't know that there are organizations that provide support to trans youth, for example, and you show up to a ball because a friend brought you there, and all of a sudden there's someone at a table who says, hey, we're this organization. Did you know that if you need a packer, if you need gender affirming gear, if you need access to legal supports, you can come and see us? That connection might not have been made without the connection of Kiki. So that's kind of the point. Promotes resilience through cultural expression, healing, and community solidarity, which recognizes the intersections of race, sexuality, and gender while also resisting mainstream norms, both in heteronormative spaces, but also in homonormative spaces. Look around the room and look at how many Black people are in this room. What does that tell you? Right? This is what we're talking about. So I'm gonna show you a little video. It comes from, I think, the early 90s of someone explaining Kiki and its impacts. Fuck it up. Will you play? There we go.
How do you think the Kiki scene has influenced the LGBTQ community? Well, it gives the LGBTQ community something more constructive to do with because there are places like the door, HMI, or other places that I know. People probably just be on the streets, the drug rates might be higher, abuse rates and stuff like that. Well, the Kiki made me less afraid to come out, because that was real ballsy out there. And it's just fun. And it's made me create my skills. Like, it's basically like a training for me, At work, I wanted to be a part of it because I didn't find anything that was homosexual, oriented. So when I came around, I just enjoyed myself after that and expressed myself freely.
I think it's made me more creative and more confident person because before I joined the ballroom scene, I was very shy and I was very shy to experiment with different colors and textures. And I wasn't a good dancer. But when I learned how to roll, I just became less stiff and more fluid with my dance moves.
I think the girls out now, they are new talent out there. I think they have more potential becoming real legends and going to the bigger things. I'm ready to see Kiki scene going in the next 10 years. I see it going worldwide. I see people from Tokyo,
And they have people afterwards there to give me a shot later. Not me thinking it was the 90s, it's literally 2011, but still, the video's old. What did you notice? Did you notice, for example, that it was like set in a community center, right? Very community access vibes. That's really the kind of point here, is that it's super accessible. It's meeting people where they are. It's actually more than that. It's not meeting people where they are because the people who are organizing it are in that space already. It's not an external lens that's coming in and saying, oh, you need access to this thing, so we're gonna create this space. It's no, you need this, we need this space, and so we're going to create it together. That's really the point here. So, excuse me for having to get a little bit more theoretical, but I am a PhD student, egghead vibes, so let's talk it through. So a lot of the lens that I use to analyze this work is through the lens of course, a lot of Black studies research, but also through a main theory called Afro-pessimism. I know this is probably inaccessible for a lot of folks, I apologize, but I want to provide just a little bit of explanation about what it is. It provides a theoretical grounding that understands Black existence as being structurally positioned as non-human within society. So basically, this understanding argues that anti-Blackness is not just an experience of marginalization, like other forms of racism and discrimination and other things like this, but a defining condition of Black life that permeates all aspects of society. Basically, I'm going to give you some quotes from the research first. Quote, if slavery persists as an issue in the political life of Black America, it is not because of an antiquarian obsession with bygone days or the burden of too long memory, but because Black lives are still imperiled and devalued by a racial calculus and a political arithmetic that were entrenched centuries ago. When we think about the fact that a Black person can be shot and killed right now with essentially no consequences of any meaning, explain the difference between that and lynching. Explain the difference between that and a slave master literally being able to kill their slave with nothing. And essentially what Afro-pessimism points out is we're talking about a structural thing here. So in order to do this, we need to recognize that the slave or the Black person is rendered a non-human object. Would you imagine asking your tool, like a wrench, how it feels about it being used as its marginalization? No, it doesn't matter, it's an object. And it was through the rendering of Black people as an object through slavery, that's what happened, right? You became a literal object. Through that process, we have created this non-human status that exists for Black people. Now let's think about all these theories that we sit around and talk about in poli-sci and in all of our fields, right? Sit here and talk about like humanistic political theory that was developed in the 18th century. Well, how were Black people treated in the 18th century? Were these theories created to consider their existence? And so if they were not considered, how can they be applied to us meaningfully? And especially when we consider the way that slavery was abolished in the United States and Canada, and of course, everywhere else in the world, principally I'm gonna focus on these two, this is where we are at. And we consider the ways that these forms of slavery have existed, has there ever been meaningful reparation and structural change in order to change the systems that allowed that violence to happen to this day? Not much. And so the whole point is, if that dynamic is there, what does it mean that we are able to sit around and celebrate ourselves in the way that we celebrate ourselves, to create spaces for ourselves in the way that we create spaces for ourselves? That's power. And it's power in the face of totalizing violence. And that is why when we sit here and I can say, yes, mama, you better work the house down, boots for your nerves. You all understand what I mean, but there's no other Black people in the room. Because that process of extraction is so normal. It is the basis of our civilization, this continuous extraction. And so that's why I tell you to ignore most of the stuff that comes out on Drag Race, because that process of extraction is happening there too. When you see Lexi Love doing this for alter ego, it might look cute. It might seem like a fun dance move, but you have to contextualize it in the space of Black people being kicked out of our homes, told that we're not worthy, and having to create spaces for us when no one else creates spaces for us. And in that context, it's not just a fun little kakadikikika moment. It's our resistance, it's our life. It is the way that we have survived. So when you do this, you are mocking the culture that my people created to survive, and it's insulting. This culture is open to everyone. You will see you saw that first video. There are like folks of all racial and ethnic backgrounds present in the ballroom, and they're welcome. But they are welcome because they engage with respect for where this culture comes from. Drag Race and separating it from that context does not allow that process to happen. So this is not your fault, right? It's not your fault that you don't know, but that's a part of the process. And now that you know, how will you shift? Is the question. In terms of integrating Black studies work here, Black studies, especially a lot of the frameworks that Black studies creates around identity, anti-Blackness and resilience are essential to understanding the experiences of people within Kiki Ballroom. Black studies as a field asks us to consider how identity formation, communal resilience, and joy serve as sites of resistance. In terms of integrating Afro-pessimist frameworks into Black queer spaces very specifically, it's a lot of concepts from thinkers like Saidiya Hartman and Frank Wilderson, who talk about the practice of refusal and inform the community-driven approaches in Kiki Ballroom. So here, the rejection of social expectations and embracing of complex identities become survival tactics. And Black studies gives us the language and the structure to name those experiences. And this is everywhere. I'll give you all an example. So Vincent, they, he pronouns. If I had to define my identity through a colonialist kind of framework, I might say I'm an agender, non-binary person who was assigned male at birth, who approaches the world in a very specific kind of way, all the rest of the complicated stuff. In Ballroom, I'm a butch queen. That's the label. And it doesn't need to be anything else. It's understood. It doesn't matter that it's kind of, think about how two-spirit is a term that kind of also touches on gender and sexuality and kind of applies that. So you might see places say a butch queen is a cis gay man. But that's not the experience, that's not the equivalent of the experience that I just told you about, right? But it does fit the way that my body would be presented in a ballroom context. And it is the thing that I have found that best describes my gendered experience. But I can't walk around. There's no forms that say butch queen is a gender marker, right? No BQ on my pieces of ID. So now we're talking about this erasure, we're talking about how we need to integrate. When I talk about femme queens, I'm talking about trans women generally, and trans feminine folks. This is the term that they use for themselves. When we talk about, there's a category in realness called drags realness. It's not a drag performer in the way that you might understand them. Drags realness is a trans feminine person who has not had any surgical intervention, who decides to take hormones, is called drags. And it's not an insult. It's like it's based on something else. And then the second you start taking hormones, you're a femme queen. But the idea is you need to start performing them in the same, it doesn't matter. Like you're still judged on the same criteria. So it's still like, it doesn't, like the surgical intervention, the medical stuff doesn't matter, but the label matters. And the label means something different. And I can see that that's maybe jarring for a couple of folks. But this is something that in our communities is just normal. This is just the way we've kind of learned to understand ourselves in a world that medicalizes our bodies, in a world that treats that medicalization as the marker of our success and our failures, right? How y'all doing so far? Bet. So also, that was Susu 007 on the last slide. Gorgeous. She was walking a category called face. Face is to show how beautiful your face is. You're judged on 5 criteria: the eyes, the nose, the skin, the teeth, the structure. You walk, people are shining lights on your face so that you get the angles and it looks, and this behavior that you maybe have seen people do comes from face. Walking face is a category. So let's talk about my work. This is Rise Old Navy, fucking amazing community organizer in Chipchoge who's doing so much community work. Doing, what is this? Incorrect. This is not a death drop. This is called a dip. The term death drop is one of those, forget about what you heard on Drag Race kind of vibes. No, I that's why I asked, because that's what the term that people know is. It's not a death drop, it's a dip. It's a dip, and it's called that. It's one of the 5 elements of Vogue. We can talk about that later. So my research specifically explores how Kiki Ballroom supports people in building cohesive identities, particularly people who describe their experience as being, quote, too Black to be gay and too gay to be Black. So people talk about, well, every time I go into a queer space, I feel like I'm the only Black person there, and it feels really awkward, and I have to hold the weight of that. I don't feel like I can talk about my identity fully. And then when you walk into a Black space, it's like, well, sometimes like I might be the only queer person, visibly queer person in this space, and that's uncomfortable, and I need to navigate this identity. What I found in my master's research is people talked about this experience of being too Black to be gay, being too gay to be Black, and they found that that created significant impacts on accessing healthcare and social services because you did not feel seen. I can give you an example. There's a clinic in Montreal that is an STI-focused clinic and all this stuff, and I walked into the clinic, and my name sounds, in French, my name sounds very like white. And so I walked in, and the person's like, Vincent Mousseau, and I'm like, yeah, and I get up, and they're like, oh, you're Vincent Mousseau. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. And he's like, oh, it's just because you don't look like a Vincent Mousseau. What does that mean, right? It is this reminder of my otherness. And this is a queer-focused clinic. And so to go into a queer clinic and be told this is a problem, because now think about the fact that that clinic is located in the village, and most of the Black communities live about an hour and a half out, like an hour and a half out on transit, if we're lucky. It takes a long time to get out to these clinics. And so if you're going to this clinic because you're in this space where you finally feel like you can be open about yourself and your sexuality and all these things, and someone makes a racist comment to you, are you likely to go back? And then when we contextualize that in the case of 1 Black gay man out of 2 contracting HIV in their lifetime, what does that mean? I mean, I've worked in HIV prevention for like 10 years, so I'm good with that thing. I knew where the resources were, but that is not the experience of everybody. And that type of systemic exclusion, even though it's not intentional, has an impact on our communities. So this is a really important thing, because ballroom communities have been approached a lot recently by social workers and therapists and public health officials being like, oh, this is where all the Black people are. Great, let's go and table and show all of our stuff and all of these things. The issue is they are forgetting that ballroom spaces were created to counter that very systemic exclusion. They're made for us to understand our identities, to create community between us, to really develop this sense of being and self and like who we are. And so when they try to integrate with it's essentially the oppressor coming in and saying, oh, hi guys, how's it going? Without a recognition of the fact that they are the oppressor to begin with. And so what my research basically now says is we need to understand ballroom, Kiki Ballroom especially, as a health system in and of itself. When we're out there, you saw that video, when people are out there and they're chanting the name of my house and they're screaming and they're celebrating me, what does that do for my self-confidence? What does that do for the way that I feel comfortable presenting myself to the world and showing up? What does it mean about my perceived ability to control the way that others perceive my gender? All of these things are a health system in and of themselves. And it is through this colonial understanding of what health is that we ignore the fact that our communities have always created the tools to resist. And there's so much beauty in that. And we do it through dancing, and we do it through celebration, we do it through walking realness, we do it through walking runway, we do it through all of these categories. And it creates so much joy for us, but it also is a way to teach us how to survive. I'd like to show you a clip. This is a clip. Oh, no, not yet. My bad. Specifically want to contextualize this real quick before I show you a clip. In relation to Kiki Ballroom, the Kiki scene exists in the context of anti-Blackness that we were talking about, and that shapes how members view themselves and the possibilities that they have in life. They kind of, at that point, become spaces of radical refusal and self-definition where Black, queer, and trans people can exist outside of any imposed societal constraints, even if that's a temporary thing. Imagine what it was like for you the first time you came into a space, like a queer space, and you just felt like you didn't have to hide anymore. What did that feel like in your bodies? You feel the weight lifted off your shoulders. When we were talking about being too gay to be Black and too Black to be gay, what we're saying is that weight that you felt, we don't feel that there because we can't fully lift that weight. Another experience from a friend here who told me about a similar experience. They're not Black, but they are Acadian. And they said, I have never been in a space where there have been Acadian drag performers performing in French. Like all the spaces in New Brunswick that they were familiar with that were queer spaces were happening in English, and they didn't feel like they can exist fully in their identity. And they said, I felt it in my body, the way that I was just like at ease. That's what Kiki Ballroom gives us. And so in Kiki, joy itself is radical, because to exist in a world that fundamentally wants your destruction is radical. How could it not be? It's a rejection of societal negation, and it's a way of being that refuses the narratives of Black suffering as the only story. It's a reclamation of our power. This is a clip, when I talk about shade.
Shade comes from reading.
Not the clip's running right away. When I talk about shade and reading, I'm sure these are terms you've maybe heard before. I read them. That was shady. That kind of stuff. This is where this comes from. This is a clip from Paris is Burning. Now, this might seem harsh, but we got to remember, and you'll see it through the context. I'll explain it. We'll talk about it if we need to.
Shade comes from reading. Reading came first. Reading is the real art form of insult.
Now, you want to talk about reading? Let's talk about reading. What is wrong with you, Pedro? You going through it? You going through some kind of psychological change in your life?
She went back to being a man.
Oh, you went back to being a man. Touch this skin, darling. Touch this skin, honey. Touch all of this skin. Okay? You just can't take it. You're just an overgrown orangutan.
You get in a smart crack, everyone laughs and kikis because you found a flaw and exaggerated it, then you've got a good read going.
I am a person just like you. You cut me, I bleed the same way you do. I bleed the same time.
If it's happening between the gay world and the straight world, it's not really a read, it's more of an insult, a vicious slur fight.
See, there go my sister right there. You don't even want to admit that she my sister. She a bulldog.
But it's how they develop a sense of how to read. They may call you a faggot or a drag queen, you find something called that. But then when you are all of the same thing, then you have to go to the fine point. In other words, if I'm a black queen and you're a black queen, we can't call each other black queens because we're both black queens. That's not a read, that's just a fact. So then we talk about your ridiculous shape, your saggy face, your tacky clothes.
Everything works all bad. Yes, they don't pump. Yes, they don't have the fucking makeup. What? He wears more makeup than my nose.
Then reading became a developed form where it became shade. Shade is, I don't tell you you're ugly, but I don't have to tell you because you know you're ugly. And that's shade.
So, anyone who's seen Drag Race, you might know why this is coming up. In the great tradition of Paris is Burning, reading is what? Fundamental, right? That's where this comes from. Reading is a tool that Black queer and trans communities and Latinx queer and trans communities developed in order to respond to the fact that if we were to call the police for being attacked for a homophobic hate crime or a transphobic hate crime, we'd probably be the ones in jail. We'd probably be attacked. So we don't have systems that we can rely on. So how do you help your fellow community members develop the tools that they need to respond to potential aggression? Well, you allow them to read. And you help them, right? If I'm a Black queen and you're a Black queen, we can't call each other Black queens because that's just not a read, it's just a fact. And so you need to go more in depth. And so you practice with one another in order to be able to respond to any threat that might happen in the world. If you're just walking down the street and a group of people comes and starts yelling slurs at you, you can respond like that because you've developed this tool within your community. And we do it based in love. They're sitting here being like, no pain, no pain. It's fun between us. But we also use it to protect ourselves. So any of you who've seen the series Pose? Yes, okay. Then you might recognize one of these scenes.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is an example of reading.
Where is the mother of the bride? That would be me. But this one right here is going to be paying for all of it. What is this? Who is this?
This is a platinum
American Express card. It has no limit. You and I are business people, Mr. Smith. Whatever's going on in your bald little head will disappear with the swipe of this little piece of plastic. You money to no good here. This is a bridal shop for women. Excuse me. We are women. We are women. You know what? How about I show you? I appreciate the fact that you're old-fashioned, but you don't have to accept us. You just have to take our money. I would take your money if you gave me $1 million in gold. I refuse to sell you anything on principle. These designers are artists, and I won't let you turn their work into a freak show.
Well, yes.
I can see from your silence and wedding band that you are married, but that doesn't mean that you've had any real contact with a woman for quite some time. Even a loving wife will avoid an impotent husband. His testicles harm so low that they will feel him dragging along the dirty floor, wanting to call his tighty whities. And I doubt, no, excuse me, I know that no other women have paid you any mind, because women are attracted to men who are tall enough to ride the cyclone like Coney Island. If not for pity, your closest proximity to a vagina would have been at your blood. So, we can excuse the fact that you cannot see the royalty grace in your store. I have seen my share of real men. And I can assure you, I'm not looking at one right now. Ladies, let's go. My coin is too good for this place. But you haven't heard the last from me. Watch your neck. Angel, we're leaving.
Thoughts? Do you see what I mean about the survival here? I know, of course, it's a fictional series. That's from Pose. It's a series called Pose. It's on FX. It's on Crave, I think, if you want to stream it. So yes, really important series in terms of representation, especially because all the actors who are playing trans characters are actually trans people for once, not doing the Danish girl moment for us. And talks about a lot of really important things that kind of happen in our community. Of course, it's still a fictional series. It's not a representation of everything, but it'd be interesting. So that feels difficult, right? To see someone like just go after what we might assume are like physical traits, like attack people and all these things. But that all, why I showed the clip that I did is because it exists in a context. It exists in a context of violence. And when you're in that context of violence, how will you defend yourself? Go back into this. This is all about structures and the state and all the rest of it. But so, how does Kiki Ballroom lean into Afrocentric principles? First and foremost, it focuses on community-centered practice. It prioritizes collectivism over individualism. So Kiki Ballroom emphasizes community and mutual upliftment, aligning with Afrocentric values that prioritize group well-being over individual achievements. So normally, like as you can see here, these are folks who are not technically in a house, but who are very close together. And so there's support that's happening here. They were helping this person get their look together for the function. It's always about uplifting us as a group. It's all about chosen family structures. The ballroom houses embody chosen families, which is a key Afrocentric concept where kinship extends beyond biological ties. It's more about supporting holistic wellness and identity affirmation. There's an emphasis, of course, on cultural retention and resistance. Kiki Ballroom integrates a lot of elements of Black cultural aesthetics, movement and vernacular, which reflects Afrocentric emphasis on honoring African cultural heritage in the diaspora. You can see here Mother Toshiro Sankofa with her beads, with her shells, and the patterns. I mean, come on. Literally, the House of Sankofa. The Sankofa is the symbol that's on the African Nova Scotian flag, if you were not aware of this. It's a symbol of a bird that is facing forward but looking back and reminding ourselves that we must look back at our history and all the rest of this. It's also about resistance to mainstream marginalization. The Kiki scene in and of itself is a form of social and cultural resistance because it allows Black LGBTQ+ folks to create spaces that are affirming, that actively reject Eurocentric and heteronormative standards. And of course, it's a space for identity exploration and leadership development. There's spaces where Black, queer, and trans people can express and define their identities autonomously, which resonates with a lot of the Afrocentric principles of self-determination and autonomy, obviously. But also, people can take up a role of leadership. Mother, Tashiro Sankofa. Mother is the one who provides the guidance. Then you have godmothers, then you have princes and princesses, and then you have all of these other structures, and all of these roles have responsibilities. The princes and princesses have to help out the other house members as they're getting things ready for the function. The godmother is more of like a mentorship role for everyone. It's kind of like a bit off to the side, but like being there and supporting the parent when they need that support. These are core values, again, which are rooted in that like chosen family dynamic that's core to an Afrocentric framework. Our performance also draws on a lot of ritualistic aspects of African spirituality, but also of some Christian spirituality in a very interesting way, where movement and rhythm serve as expressions for healing, empowerment, and cultural memory. If you ever go to a ball and your hands are not red by the time that you leave, it's because you're not participating as you should be. Like, ballroom is all about clapping on beat. Think about how that might mirror some indigenous research, some indigenous traditions of that solid 1, 2, 3, 4 drum that is so present in indigenous music. It's also very present in African music. When we're talking about the way that we choose to move, all of these things can actually lead into a transcendent state, very similar to some people, if you're familiar with the Pentecostal tradition, this idea of like transcendent, speaking in tongues, all of these things. There's a lot of chanting that happens in ballroom. Houses have different chants. So when you see a 007, everyone starts screaming, 00, 00. And then if you see a Sankofa, for example, the Sankofas have their own chants and they teach them to the community and they get spread. So Sankofa might have invented a new chant and they're like, SANKOFA. And then it's like on a beat and that transmits, it mirrors a lot of Afrocentric ways of transmitting knowledge through oral tradition. So we're celebrating. And what, again, rooted in the body. What might it feel like to walk into a room and have everyone chanting your name? Amazing, fantastic. There are obviously, of course, spaces for grief and joy. One of our community members unfortunately died unexpectedly very recently, Curiosity Pink Lady, and the ball, the next function that happened, stopped. It had a moment of silence for Curiosity and dedicated the next ritualistic parts of the thing called LSS, Legends, Statements, and Stars, where we celebrate our ancestors, which is also another part of this, like this more ancestral kind of Afrocentric thing, that was dedicated to Curiosity. And we said, come and you better show up because this is for Curiosity. It's a space of memory, of growth, and of healing. And that, of course, is all about the Afrocentric values of emotional wholeness and community healing practices. And finally, we've got to talk about Afrocentric notions of power and justice. It's about radical inclusion. No matter what, nobody is left out of a ball. I might have problems with people in the community. We might have beef. There might be a thing, but I will always fight for you. Always. That's the point. We are creating a space of last resort. These are the spaces that we have because everyone else pushed us out. So when there's beef, when there's conflict, when people fight, when there's physical fights, we can't push people out because where else do they go? There's no other supports. And so our spaces are essential for that. And of course, this is a more decentralized form of authority. So even though it's rooted in a family structure that seems very hierarchical, all of these structures exist independently, and then they kind of federate together into these associations. In Montreal, there's a group called the Kiki Ballroom Alliance. And what they do is like they have all of the house parents, anyone with a leadership role, they come and they sit together and they have like a group chat and they have like all these spaces and they organize functions together, they do things. When there's conflict, it goes into that and that becomes mediated through this very decentralized way of dealing with things that doesn't reproduce the same structures of marginalization that oppress us. We're not interested in acting like the police to each other. We can't be. because the police are already violent towards us. Why would we reproduce that violence in our own last space? Kiki, as I mentioned, is a form of cultural resistance. This is Father Ronnie Unbothered Cartier, aka Kantiana, period. Give you some quotes. Care is the antidote to the indifference of social and state institutions that continually overlook, harm, or abandon Black communities. This is Saidiya Hartman. Frank Wilderson said, Blackness is a position against which the social is produced and reproduced. These align with the ideas of Kiki Ballroom as a sanctuary from social norms that inherently devalue and dehumanize Blackness and Black people, which fosters an environment where Black, queer, and trans identities can exist beyond our societal impositions. We get to be whatever we want in that space. You want to walk a new category? Work. Love that for you. You want to try something new? Great. This is the space to do it. This is our space of learning and growth and love for each other. And we approach that with grace. It can be a bit harsh sometimes. You could get red. You might get what we call a chop. A chop is you're in front of the panel of judges and they determine that you did not do what the category asked for. And so they chop you. You don't move on to the battles to get up for your grand prize. But this is essential because if this is a cultural resistance and all the terms that we're talking about come from there and y'all don't know where it comes from, how is that any different from extraction? It's just theft, colonizer behavior. And now that we know it, how are we going to challenge, right? That becomes our question. It's never shaming people for what they don't know. It's always about saying, once you know, what do we do now? I want to take a moment and talk about O'Shea Sibley. O'Shea Sibley is a case that you maybe heard about in New York a couple of years ago. He was a Black gay man. Do you remember when Renaissance came out, the Beyonce album? That album is, if you listen to it through the codes of ballroom, all of that the whole thing is a love letter to ballroom. There are ballroom commentators featured on tracks. There are, it's all there. Pure Honey, especially, is essentially a ballroom beat. And we use it in ballroom. We play it at our functions. So O'Shea Sibley was at a gas station in New York City and was voguing and was killed for doing so. Someone saw him, it was a homophobic attack, anti-Black homophobic attack, and killed him. And our community got together and we did some stuff. We had vigils, we did a whole bunch of the stuff that we were talking about. But I want to talk about what that resistance looks like in practice. When I say that voguing is our way of resisting, what I mean is this. This is Lishi Mulan and Rose Mulan in front of a whole bunch of homophobic protesters in Montreal after this happened. These homophobic protesters are out there with their Jesus is sending you to hell sign. And what they decided to do when they got yelled at, this person yelled at them, they said, you need deliverance, put your clothes on, and yelled that at them as they were walking by. And they said, you know what, bet, let me vogue down. And that's what they started to do. When I talk about Vogue as resistance, that's what I mean. And not only did they do that, then our community got together and created a track. I want to find it. I don't know how to play this, I'm so sorry. This song was made by a community member. Because of this. In the face of people sitting around and telling us that we should put some clothes on, we're being disgusting, all the same homophobic bullshit that we're all used to hearing, we created. And we danced. And we celebrated in the face of that violence. And what does that say about our power? What does that say about being able to hold that liberation in your body? But all of this is so much more. You saw a little bit of voguing. I'm sure you've seen voguing somewhere. Voguing is based off of this. This is the origin point for Vogue. The limp wrist, the femininity, the disgrace of being too feminine, of being pushed away, this thing that is used to attack us. And we took it, and we created a dance about it, and we posed and we did all the things that we needed to do, and that shame became the way that we moved forward. We took what they said we should not take and we celebrated it and we uplifted it. In ballroom, the biggest compliment you can give someone is, that was kind. That's the biggest compliment you can give someone. Because this is a scene that was started by Black trans women who oftentimes didn't have access to surgical intervention. And so there was a celebration of what it meant to be a Black trans woman, and like to be able to access femininity in that form. We're talking about the 80s here, right? A different time. Was to celebrate the utmost in the feminine in that way, an archetype that a Black trans woman might look up to, might aspire to. That's a celebration. And that is not an insult in our community. Now, when I go up to a random person and be like, that was cunt, bitch, work. No, they don't know what that means. But in ballroom, to say that to someone is like, oh my God, thank you so much. Like, that's amazing. It's amazing about how we're able to take everything that society tells us we should not be and become that. And not only become it, to live it in our bodies. I can show, you see the way that I speak right now, right? You see the way that I kind of am. I'm a little, I think I'm visibly queer, and I love that about me. I walk a category called realness. When I walk realness, I take all of these signifiers that could be perceived as queer, I hide them away, and show up like this. Realness comes from, there's a guy that's walking behind me and I think he's gonna beat the shit out of me because he's gonna think I'm gay. How am I gonna hold my body to ensure my safety? How do I stay safe? And to be able to perform that in front of people, and now you imagine there's a panel of judges that are sitting here and they're judging you and you're like, do you look gay? You look gay, it's a chop, gone. That's not the point. It's not about saying that looking gay is a bad thing. It's about saying, I need to be harsh with you because the world will be much more harsh. And I need to help you ensure your safety. Because if I sit here and I tell you you're real, and then you start showing up in that way, that might put you in danger in the real world. How can I make sure that you are safe? And that's where that comes from. And it is such an honor to be able to do that and to be able to embody that in the way that I have. And to know that, like, when I speak to someone, I need to look at them in their eyes like this in a way that maybe as queer people, we might have learned to not look at people in their eyes, right? As neurodivergent people, we might not have learned to look at people in their eyes. And like, to be able to go up to someone and just say, what's good? How do you feel right now? Scary?
A little bit.
That's the point. That's the point. And that's what I'm talking about. And it's in the body. It resides there. And when I hold that power that I am able to channel in that moment, I channel it now. Because I know that when I need it, I can go pull that out of my bag of tricks. And now, when I show up in queer spaces, I'm so much more confident. I feel so much better about this. I will end up sharing, I'll end this by sharing a personal experience. I got involved in ballroom after I left Halifax. So I'm doing my PhD here at Dal, but my research is on the ballroom community in Montreal. So I moved back to Montreal. That's not the only reason I moved. When I was here, I was in an abusive relationship. And I made myself very small. I didn't even grow my hair out. I didn't want to be seen. I would shave my head every 3-4 days. I was like, don't look at me. Like, I just was so small. And to be able to now say, to stand up in front of a group of people and to be like, tens, great, love it, amazing. With people yelling, 0000, and celebrating me. If I went back and I showed you that clip, I'm actually gonna do that. If I went all the way back and I showed you this person, would you believe that this person was a survivor of domestic intimate partner violence? And look at what it must feel like to have that community respond to you like that. That little thing they're holding up, that's the 10. That's the confirmation, you pass, great. To be able to make jokes with the panelists, you see that I handed them envelopes and they're looking at them and watch their reactions. To celebrate, to be seen, and to show up in that way, to have everyone talking about you. And it doesn't just last there. I got all the photos. People send you the photos. There's photographers present at these spaces. It's being live streamed. All of these things are happening. And everyone is sitting there saying, Moose is real as fuck. Moose is real as fuck. How might that feel to someone? How healing, let's reframe it that way. How healing could that be to a person who has had to deal with so much violence, who's had to make themselves smaller in order to exist in the world? That's what ballroom is. It's not just kakakiki kaka. It's not just a dance. It is the way that we have learned to survive amongst ourselves. And it commands respect. It demands respect. And so, please come to a function. There's so much fun. I'm actually working to bring a whole bunch of performers from ballroom communities in Montreal to Halifax for Pride in July, to do an open workshop where you can learn more about what each category is, to do a little legend, statements, and stars on the main stage. We want to do all of these things because this has been so liberating for people like me. For me personally, yes, but also for my communities. And to see that and to know that they are there and that this could happen here, especially to prioritize queer and trans communities of color and to say, come to this, but everyone's welcome. But to get queer and trans communities of color, especially if you're interested, to come and learn how to walk a category, try to build a house, make connections with people in the scenes in Toronto, in Ottawa, in Montreal. Those are the only scenes in Canada along with Vancouver. And they're your closest scenes. When you're building a new scene, you build it with the people from other cities around you. We are here to offer that mentorship. We want to offer that mentorship. And that mentorship must be rooted in a profound respect for the history of this place. So I hope this presentation was able to provide you some information about what the history of this space was. If you are ever in Montreal, these are the Instagram pages to follow. If you'd like to, Ballroom is mainly on Instagram. It's mainly that's how a lot of the information gets shared. These pages, Ballroom for Community, Bring It, Montreal Kiki Ballroom Alliance, and Black Girl Sesh, they all organize spaces. So if ever you're in Montreal and that you want to try out a ballroom space, check them out. They're really fun. And they're open to all. Black Girl Sesh, I will say, sometimes only has spaces that are for Black folks. But they will make that very apparent. But they do a party called Get In, and it's a mini Kiki, and that's open to everybody. What I would ask is, some of the community members in Montreal made a fucking phenomenal resource called Ballroom 101. If you scan this, it'll take you right to the Instagram post. Please read this before you come to a function. I've tried to transmit as much as I could, but I am not an elder in this community. I am not in a leadership position in any way, shape, or form. This was developed by people in that position. They are the keepers of our history. And this will provide you with that guidance. So with that, I hope this has been enlightening. I hope that y'all have had some fun. And I'm super down to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you all so much. Questions, comments, thoughts, reflections?
It was really touching. I've been tearing up a little bit. So
Thank you. That is the goal. This space saved my life. And it saved the lives of so many people I know. One of my best friends I met because I mediated a conflict that happened when he was attacked as a trans man, attacked by another community member. And I used my social work skills and I was like, let's do a transformative justice, conflict mediation space kind of thing. And we did it. And we developed friendships and community. And it's powerful. It's powerful. And it's open to everybody. And it can be built here. I want ballroom everywhere. And it's not just dance. I'm not a dancer. There's a reason why I'm not giving you any dance moves or anything today. And it's because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But I walk realness. So I can show that. There are things like runway, categories like runway. There's some sex siren and body, where you're trying to be as seductive and alluring as possible. Think about how liberating that might be, especially for trans and non-binary folks who've been told so much from the society that we live in that our bodies are not acceptable. When we talk about body, the people who are celebrated are bigger Black women. Always. That is the key. That is the archetype of what body should look like. It's a complete breakdown of these norms, and everyone's body should be celebrated. But the bodies that especially get celebrated are big bodies, because that's what we love, right? We love to see, because what does it mean to love your body in a world, like a fat phobic world that tells us that we should not? That's what that's about. Sex siren. What does it mean to channel your sexuality and to lean into the idea that you are a sexual being who has value and worth in a world that tells you that you should really not try to lean into your sexuality? What does it mean to walk a category like trans man body? To think about what it would mean to be a transmasculine person and to have your body celebrated by a group of people screaming your name in that same way. How powerful might that feel for any trans and non-binary folks in the room, right? Like, to imagine a whole group of people screaming your name as you celebrate the thing that the society in which we live tells you that you should hate the most about yourself. It's powerful. And as a clinician, as a mental health worker, as a therapist, I see the work with people. I've seen the influence that this has on people, and it's beautiful. It's like mental health issues improved like significantly because we are a social species and we benefit from those connections. Questions, comments, reflections? Yeah.
So you said you moved to Montreal because of your PhD?
So I'm doing my PhD at Dow, actually.
Yeah. So how long have you been like in ballroom, and did you get into it?
So I was in Montreal before.
Yeah.
My context is I did my undergrad at McGill. I did my master's at the Université de Montréal. And then when I was offered the PhD, there were no Black supervisors in my entire department. And I was like, well, no, my research is so Black focused. I want to work with Black people. And so I came to DAL because this is one of the centers of Black studies research in Canada. And yeah, now my committee is all Black folks. It's the first time in DAL's history of like 200 years that there's an entire committee that can supervise a PhD student that are all Black people, just amazing. But my research is there, so I moved back. So I was there, and then I moved to Halifax for about a year and a half, and then I moved back up once my coursework was done. Because once you're in a PhD, it's just coursework, and then I'm writing exams, and then I'm just researching. So yeah, but I've been in ballroom since about 2019, mostly as like a spectator, 2018, 2019 as a spectator. And then when I was in that abusive relationship and I moved back and I was thinking, I was like, what do I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna pick up my life and move away from Halifax and move back to Montreal, why do I wanna do that? And one of the things that sold it for me was ballroom, was I wanna be more involved. And so that's when I started going to functions more frequently. That's when I started walking more. And that's really when I like leaned in and it's changed my life. So that would have been 2023, I wanna say. Yeah, about 2023, like summer 2023. Forest fires, yeah, forest fires, and then yeah, that's about it. I remember it by traumatic historical events. Any other questions, reflections, thoughts?
As a clinician, do you, if you have someone that you're working with that is like Black and trans or otherwise queer, would you recommend them like as part of like your actual practice?
Oh yeah.
In a session with them to try?
I have clients in ballroom now.
Really?
Like yeah, I actually provide free and low cost therapy folks to put people in ballroom as a part of my practice. So I like bill people who have insurance and all the rest of it at full rate so that I can then offer like free, like sliding scale to free therapy for people who don't have access or wouldn't have access. And that comes with its own ethical concerns sometimes, of course. But I feel like I'm pretty able to navigate them, and we have some community supports, and it's kind of the direction my PhD project is taking, is trying to figure out how to do that in a way that's, yeah. Is anyone interested? Cool.
I'm interested in like attending, but like not.
If you, okay,
I'm
but
very shy. So.
but that's the point. There are people who are very shy. I know someone, one of my friends, shy is an understatement for this person. They want body. Because it's about addressing the part of you that in everyday life you maybe wouldn't let out, but in a room full of people who will love and care and respect you, like that's it. But you start by spectating, of course. If you were to walk a category, what would you want? Based on the things we've talked about. What is felt? Are you a dancer? Are you?
What did you think that would walk?
Definitely a very eccentric outfit.
Runway, maybe?
Sorry.
Runway?
No, that's enough.
Can you lower your mask for a moment?
Sure.
Face, boots. face, absolutely. So if this is interesting, like go and look at some categories. Like there are YouTube videos. This is part of actually ballroom culture. So we'll sit around in like family groups and stuff, and we'll just watch clips on YouTube of balls. And we'll be like, hey, let's go check it out. Let's see how this performer in New York did it. Let's see how this person was shady to this person on the floor, or like, it's all about, and that's the way you improve. So yeah. But think about what you'd like to walk and just like watch a ball. A lot of the categories and like the structures of the categories are explained in Paris is Burning actually. So many of the categories are the same. Some of them get broken down. They're like, I walk a couple of subcategories of realness. I walk schoolboy realness, the backpack and all the rest of it. I look like a college student. Or I walk executive realness, which is always a suit, a briefcase, some documents, something. It's to prove that there are not a lot of executives who look like me, but I could be an executive if I needed to be, because I can look like one. I can reproduce that. And so that systemic exclusion that I face, that's bullshit. And I'm going to prove why it's bullshit. That's the point, right? So there's a lot of breakdowns, a lot of like categories. If you Google House of Luna, like Luna, and like ballroom, there's a list of all the categories with all the terms, because there's a lot of new lingo, and it's all there. I see you in the back, person in the back. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm like, I see you when I'm speaking a lot of categories. You're like, yes. Do you have experience in ballroom?
No, I do not have any experience in ballroom.
But like,
I know some friends that seem like they do. I don't know. Maybe they just watch a lot of Drag Race.
it's possible.
They are addicted to Drag Race.
Yeah, Drag Race. Drag Race is a tricky one because it does a lot for queer visibility in a very important way. And also it co-opts a lot of ballroom lingo in doing so. And then it becomes generalized, right? When I see like straight guys walking around saying, work mama, I'm like, you look like you're a homophobe. Like, I'm terrified to see you and you're telling me to work mama? Like, what is this? Where did you find this? And they're like, oh, my girlfriend told me to do that. And I'm like, it passes down in this way. I like to say that there's like a pattern of how these things usually happen. Usually come from queer and trans communities of color and Black women. Origin point for so much of this cultural extraction moves through like white women usually, and Black men through proximity. And then from that goes down to white men and then becomes generalized. But through that process, the initial meaning of what we're talking about gets lost. So if you watch Drag Race, for example, you might hear people talking about trade. Like trade, oh, they're trade. Oh, trade is like they're hot kind of thing in Drag Race lingo. Trade is that's not what it means. Trade is a Black woman is a Black man who is not out, who hires trans women or Black male sex workers. And it's called trade because you're trading money. Like, so trade is like a person who you wouldn't expect to be into like men or trans women, but who is, it's like but it's like a bit hidden. That's what trade means. And then now it basically just means anyone. And it's like, no. Trade is a very specific meaning and it gets lost. And so then we have to create new terms. And then the new terms we create get stolen. And it's this whole thing. And when we talk about that process of extraction, and I bring it back to Afro-pessimism, how much we're going to continue to extract from Black people. Like, how much more is there to extract? And the whole point is, we will always create. That creation is our resistance. But also, stop fucking stealing our shit. Like, that's another part of it, right? So, yeah, anyway. Yeah. Other questions, thoughts, comments?
You mentioned, it was an aside, but you mentioned you don't love like the use of calling something like a safe space.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really intrigued by that.
Yeah, I don't believe that it's possible to ensure that any space will be safe for all people of all identities. And when we put the label of safe space onto something, we set an expectation that we are not able to be. And so if you come, it's the same way I feel about the term ally. I don't use the term ally because there is no way for you to ensure that you will act as an ally in all situations. So for me, when I talk, we can use terms like safer spaces, or this is a space that actively tries to be culturally sensitive and safe. like these kinds of things, but a safe space is a promise that is not tenable, in my opinion, because when I walked into this room, I was the only Black person here. How could that space be safe for me? How could you create a space that is safe for me if you've not even created a space in which Black people in the community feel comfortable enough to show up? But you wouldn't know that, right? And so that's where the promise of a safe space can be dangerous. But if we lean into this idea of like we're actively doing all we can to create an anti-oppressive space or whatever, then we set expectations very clearly, and we're setting goals that we can actually achieve. Does that make sense? Yeah. So that's how I feel about ally. Ally is an identity-based marker. Like, oh, I'm an ally. Who said? Who gave you that card? I like to say that if you were an ally and you had an ally card, that card's expiry date is at the end of every day. And you must always renew that card by your actions of acting in allyship with communities, which is why I don't like the term ally at all, because it's identity-based. If you say, I'm in solidarity with marginalized communities, I'm in solidarity with queer and trans people, I'm in solidarity with these groups, you're focusing on your action, and it reminds you that you've got work to do, right? And that's the reminder. Now imagine there's a prof or teacher in like a high school or something, and they have an ally sticker on their door. And then a trans kid walks in, and this person might be like good for like LGBT, like lesbian and gay folks, but might not know a lot about trans folks. And then a trans person walks into this room expecting the space to be safe because they saw the ally sticker, and then the person says some fucked up shit. They might be more hurt because they allowed their guard down. And that's dangerous. And that can actually put queer and trans people into situations of danger. And when we're talking about especially like intersecting forms of marginalization, it gets even more dangerous. Because if the space is safe, and I start telling you about, like, as a Black person, for example, and my family is my only connection of cultural safety, when I go to tell you, oh, I want to come out, but my family is like whatever, and you just say, oh, well, fuck your family, you can find what to do. You don't have the context to realize that I'm losing cultural connection, and that might have more of an impact on me, right? And so, again, it's about setting realistic expectations of what we can do, but that requires humility and accountability. It can be very challenging sometimes because it's not fun to recognize that you might not be in a position to help everybody, right? But yeah. Anybody else?
You mentioned the role of Kiki and Ballroom in like health.
Yeah.
One thing that, and we talked about this before, and today this talk I was like quite revealing about it. It's in terms of education. So like when we talk about reading and shade and how that can build like the self-esteem and the not reliance, what's the word?
Resistance?
No,
resilience.
Resilience. That's
yes.
the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you see also a role of Kiki Ballroom in terms of education and like, building anti-bullying, self-esteem situations.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've already done it, right? Like that's the thing. I think it's really important to remember that this is an underground space. Like, it is a privilege to have access to this space. And so, this exists because we don't have anti-bullying initiatives that target our communities, that say, how can I deal with the specific things that I might live as a Black queer person or as a Black trans person or as a Latinx queer trans person, like that, those things don't exist in the same way. And so when we create these spaces, what we're doing is finding our own ways to do that. And yeah, sometimes it's messy. Yeah, sometimes you insult someone in a way that feels a bit too rough, but it's all like, it's understood that it's coming from this place of care and love. And so, yeah, it can be really tricky. I think one of the things that's really important, the direction that I kind of went with this, especially in my research right now, is like social work and all of these orgs kind of have a tendency to say like, how can we get into this space and find these people and speak to them and integrate these strategies? And it's like, no. What you need to do is come to the space, shut the fuck up, and listen to how we have survived. Because maybe you can learn something that your colonial oppressive structure might not have been able to understand, or might not have ever had access to, or even thought about, because we've been forced to see this world in a different way as a result of our marginalization. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a good response, especially, but yeah. No, lots of difficult conversations. I'll send you all my thesis. Yeah.
Because you said that you don't like the term like safe space because you can't make a space that's safe for everyone. What do you think is based on your experience in ballroom specifically, the unsafest part of ballroom?
It can be harsh. It's a competition. At the end of the day, it's still a competition. You saw the video of the tens, right? But tens is not the only thing. So you get your tens, there's a panel of judges, and then you're battling. And when you're battling, someone might come and do the things that you're very insecure about. So I might be battling someone and they might come up to me and be like, why is he so short? What's that about? Why is he? And it's like, if that's an insecurity that you have, people will see it and they'll poke it. And so it's like, it can be hard. It can be very scary, but it also gives you the tools to confront the things that you don't like about yourself. And to lean in. So if that's a thing, okay, cool. You don't have control over your height, but what you're going to do is probably show up and then start like behaving in certain way. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? I don't know what the fuck you mean. And just like embody it other ways. You might shift, right? And that's a part of the development of resilience in the first place. And so even in its most difficult moments, it's usually a learning experience. And yeah, someone might say something that hits a bit hard. You might get read a little bit too much and it'll cut and sting, and that's okay. It might suck, but now you have to hold space for it. It happened, now what? And it's better that it happened here than it happened in a world that's full of people that are trying to kill you. So that's kind of that. But it can be hard. Also, getting chopped, so not getting your tens, can be very hard. Imagine especially for like trans folks, right? Like you're working to pass, you're walking a category like realness, and then you walk up to a panel of people who know exactly what they're looking for and they say, no, not real. All that work that you've been doing to try to pass, gone out the window. I've seen people break down and cry. Like it's hard, but they're not saying you're not real. They're not saying you're not valid in your identity. They're saying in this scenario, you are not meeting what we would need to look for. But there's always feedback. When you get chopped, usually you go and you talk to the judges and you say, hey, what could I have done better? And they say, this is really good. This is the way I would suggest. Or like, maybe the category called for a certain type of thing to wear and you weren't wearing that, and that's why you got chopped. And so it allows you space. I find it to be a way to increase distress tolerance, actually. The therapy language for me is like that increases distress tolerance. And so when you're out in the world and things happen, you're like, whatever, like I'm good. I got chopped in front of a room full of my peers. Now what? What else can hurt me? Yeah, does that make sense? Is that helpful? Yeah. Anybody else? Great. Well, thank you all so much. This was wonderful. Super happy to present all of this, and I will let y'all know if maybe I'll pass the word to Dal out if it happens. But if I'm working on getting funding to fly the folks out for the workshop stuff in July, and if that can happen, I would love to have anyone who'd like to come, maybe like walk a category for the first time, get some expertise. A lot of Mother Toshiro Sankofa will probably be there. We'll have a whole bunch of really great folks that are doing amazing work. So we'd love to have you there.
Please, we would love to like.
We'll make it happen.
Yes.